Hello, everybody, and welcome to the July 13th, 2023 Planning Commission hearing. I will now call this hearing to order at exactly 1 p.m. And before I ask Mrs. Sparza to take roll call, I just want to mention Commissioner DeLuccio is running just a few minutes late, so please mind the clock when he enters and record it as necessary. Can we please have our roll call?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I'll take roll call. Chair Bonderson.
Yes, here.
Vice Chair Bauke.
Here.
Commissioner Boss is absent. Commissioner DeLuccio is arriving shortly. Commissioner Lodge.
Yes, here.
Commissioner Wardlow is absent. And Commissioner Wiscombe.
Here.
We'll have quorum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sparza. And with that, let's move on to our preliminary matters. I would like to make sure that Ms. DeBusk is ready to answer questions on the mic. Let me just check in with her. So could I please ask you, Ms. DeBusk, if we have any requests for continuances, withdrawals, or postponements, or ex-agenda items to discuss today?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. We have none.
Thank you. And do we have any announcements or appeals?
None.
Great. Well, that then takes us to comments from members of the public pertaining to items that are not on today's agenda. Back to you, Mrs. Sparza. Do we have anyone in person or remote that may like to give public comment today?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. Turning to in-room participants, if anyone in the room would like to speak on general business, that's items not on today's agenda, please fill out a speaker slip in the back of the room and then turn it into either myself or Ms. DeBusk. While I wait for people to do that, turning to virtual, if anyone joining virtually would like to speak on general business, please raise your hand on Zoom and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands. And then, did we have any speakers in the audience for general business?
I just want to make sure that if any of you are here for an item that's on the agenda today, I will call for you to come up and speak on that item at the time the item is introduced. So please just hold on tight. We will get to you. So before I close this, I just want to double check nobody's here to discuss things that are not on today's agenda.
Perfect. With that, I'll turn it back to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sparza. Okay, so we can go ahead and move on to item 3 on today's agenda. This is for a project located at 932 Della Vina. And first, I would like to ask my fellow commissioners if anyone has any ex parte communication that they may need to disclose with us at this time. I see none, so we will turn to our staff presentation. We have Project Planner Pilar Plummer here from the city to give the staff presentation. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. While we wait for the PowerPoint to queue up.
Thank you.
One moment. Pardon that.
Thank you. Again, I'm Pilar Plummer, Associate Planner with the City of Santa Barbara Planning and Zoning Division, and I'll be giving the staff presentation for this project. The project before you is located at 932 Della Vina Street. The project involves demolition of existing auto service facility, Jiffy Lube, located at the corner of Carrillo Street and Della Vina Street, in order to construct a new 4-story 22-unit residential apartment building constructed under the AUD program. The unit mix includes 14 two-bedroom, two-bath units, 1 two-bed, 1-bath unit, 7 one-bed and 1-bath units, with an average unit size of 765 square feet. The project also includes a garage for covered parking with parking stackers and 22 bicycle parking spaces. As a reminder, the AUD program facilitates the creation of multi-unit housing, supporting the construction of smaller residential units within walking and biking distance to commercial services and activity centers, and allows for increased densities with development standard incentives within certain zones of the city. The program was approved by the City Council in 2013, has been monitored and amended on multiple occasions to better fulfill its intended purpose. The project before you this afternoon is subject to the current AUD ordinance effective of February 2022. The purpose of this afternoon's hearing is for the Planning Commission to review the project, as the lot is over 15,000 square feet and is developed under the Priority Housing Overlay. Planning Commission's purview is to provide feedback to the Historic Landmarks Commission specific to design improvements and consistency with the city's general plan. Also, under the Planning Commission's purview is a request for an exception to the height limitation for community benefit housing to allow a maximum height of 50 feet, 4.5 inches at the highest point of the structure, and I'll be covering more of that later. And this slide shows just a general timeline associated with the project. The project has already received preliminary feedback from city staff in submittal of a PRT application and has gone through multiple pre-application consultation reviews with the Historic Landmarks Commission. Following Planning Commission review this afternoon, the project will be formally submitted to staff for application completeness, including consistency with all applicable ordinances and environmental review. Once deemed complete, the project may be then scheduled for project design approval, which is the primary design approval covering overall size, bulk, scale, height, neighborhood compatibility, sensitivity to nearby historic resources, and quality design and materials, followed by final approval to review final details. Both approvals are appealable actions, and lastly, the project will undergo building permit review. The project site, if you'll look at the screen, is outlined in yellow. As you can see, it's on the corner of Delavina Street and Carrillo Street. Also shown on the map are some different colored buildings. The orange represents buildings that are designated structures of merit, and the purple identifies city landmarks. For context, the building that was directly adjacent to the site is a designated structure of merit, Hotel de Riviera, constructed in 1915. And across the street from the project site is a city landmark constructed 1874 to 1875. This is a view of the project site as viewed from Carrillo Street. So the project was viewed on 3 occasions as a pre-application consultation, as I previously mentioned. This is considered a voluntary meeting in order to receive initial feedback from the design review board prior to a formal application. At the initial hearing in August of 2022, the design was for a 4-story structure. This was unanimously found by the HLC to be inappropriate in terms of size, mass, bulk, and scale, and the HLC further expressed concern of the project's relationship to historic resources within the site vicinity. The HLC suggested at that hearing to study reducing the project down to 3 stories. On the right, you'll see the iteration reviewed by the Historic Landmarks Commission in December of 2022. This project was revised to a 3-story structure with a 4th-story unit, quite similar to the project before you today, although the 4th-story element wasn't in the current location. At that hearing, the HLC did request relocation of the 4th-story element to the center in consideration of adjoining neighbors, but overall expressed a feeling that the design was going in the right direction. They requested further study of windows and balconies and further study of the ground level entrance. So that's this piece here facing Carrillo Street. This is a rendering of the current iteration. So following the PRT review of the project in April of this year, the Historic Landmarks reviewed the design and provided supportive feedback on the height exception. Unanimously, the commission expressed support on the design, noting it to be an exceptional building. And this was from the motion, the commission finds the project to be an exceptional building and sets a high bar for future development. They did have some additional discussion of finessing the two interior elevations facing the structure of Merit and the other adjacent commercial property, as well as some additional comments on balconies. This is a table outlining the zoning consistency for the project thus far. So as an AUD project in the central business district, the parking requirement is a maximum of 1 space per unit, and 22 bicycle spaces are also required. This is currently met by the proposal. The project will utilize the average unit density alternative open yard design criteria, which requires the project to provide 15% of the net lot area as open yard, including one common area with minimum dimensions of 20 by 20. That is currently met with the proposal. The allowed density is 63 dwelling units per acre, with an average unit size maximum of 811 square feet. The project is proposing 63 dwelling units per acre, with an average unit size, again, of 765 square feet, so it's below what is allowed. As I previously mentioned, part of the review today is a request for a height exception. So the maximum height for an AUD project developed at the priority housing overlay tier and located in the central business district is 48 feet. Additional height can only be achieved if the project is a community benefit housing project, which would allow a project to have a maximum height up to 60 feet. Community benefit housing project is considered a residential development that has a public benefit and includes the following housing types, and I've listed them there: priority housing, housing affordable to very low, low, moderate, or middle income households, inclusionary housing, or transitional housing and supportive housing types. This is an elevation showing the height exception, which really only pertains to a portion of the 4th story unit. As shown on the screen, the remainder of the building has a maximum height of approximately 40 feet that it ranges, while the 4th story unit has a max height of 50 feet, 4.5 inches. In order for the Planning Commission to approve a height exception, these are the applicable findings. There's a demonstrated need for the project to exceed the height limit that's related to the project's benefit to the community, or due to site constraints, or in order to achieve a desired architectural quality. The project needs to be exemplary in its design. Since the project includes residential units, C does apply, that it provides amenities to its residences that will ensure livability of the project, with particularly attention to good interior design features, light and air, ceiling plate heights, as well as sensitivity to context. In general, staff has found that the project is potentially consistent with the required findings, and a summary of the draft findings was included in the staff report. In summary, B through D are potentially supportable in that the HLC has provided favorable comments on the design. The building includes various patios and balconies and a central courtyard, which provides additional light and air within the building. And the HLC, when this returns again for either further conceptual review or project design approval, will be reviewing it for sensitivity to the historic resources that are in proximity. However, further discussion is warranted as it pertains to the finding for demonstrated need. Again, the height exception only applies to the 4th story unit. The project did receive favorable comments from the HLC, including on the height exception itself. and it allows for a desired architectural quality. The request is for 2 feet, 4.5 inches above the height limit. It's relatively modest and provides a roof proportionate to the rest of the project with an 8-foot plate height. And as shown in the site plan that was included in the exhibits for the staff report, the location is back in center, so it is less visible from the 2 public right-of-ways. The project, however, does include a number of areas on each floor that are used for common storage, which is not a required element for this type of project. Should be noted that common storage can be converted to another use, such as a special accessory dwelling unit. 25% of the units, which would equal 6, can be converted, and there's no affordability requirements associated with that. Or the project could be developed as a state density bonus law project and provide either 3 low-income or 2 very low-income units, in addition to the 2 moderate-income inclusionary units that are part of the current project. And on the right, I included a little table that just shows the amount of square footage that's dedicated to common storage on each floor. In terms of general plan consistency, the project site is located in the downtown neighborhood, which serves as the commercial center. The general plan encourages a mix of land uses, particularly in the downtown, as well as housing, especially affordable housing for various income ranges. It's consistent with the general plan designation, which supports high density residential. The project, again, will provide 22 rental units with a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units to the city's housing stock, comprised of 2 moderate income and 20 market rate units in an area designated for high residential densities, and therefore is consistent with the housing element. The environmental resources element and conservation element include the aesthetic and visual resources policies to protect visual resources. There are no public views of the ocean from the site, and views from the mountain are available at varying points. Viewed from De La Vina, much of this is blocked by existing development and vegetation, and the clearest view would be from Carrillo Street specifically. Overall, views of the Riviera and mountains as viewed from the beach, harbor, or other key viewing areas would not be impacted by the project. As previously mentioned, there are historic resources within the vicinity of the project site. However, none are being demolished as part of the project. The HLC will continue to evaluate the project's compatibility with the neighborhood and relationship to historic resources within proximity. The site is also within proximity to sidewalk, bike, transit facilities, and as part of the project, secure bicycle parking is required. The project also currently includes innovative parking design with the parking stackers. Therefore, the project is consistent with the circulation element. It should be noted that the location is also in proximity to a multitude of shops and resources, including Ralph's, the transit station, coffee shops, retail, and businesses along State and Chapala Street. And staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission consider the project and provide common recommendation by majority vote regarding the proposed design, improvements of the project, and the project's consistency with the city's general plan. And lastly, to consider and take action on the height exception request. That includes my presentation, and the applicant team is also present. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Ms. Plummer. That was a very informative presentation, and I understand we have the applicant here in the room. Can I welcome you up to the podium? When you reach us, I would like you to please introduce yourselves, and if there's multiple people, each time somebody new comes to the podium, just introduce yourself for the record before presenting the first time you speak. And when you're ready, we're going to set the timer. You have 15 minutes, and I just want to let you know if for any reason you end up not using the full 15 minutes, you can reserve that time to come back at your own personal discretion to speak again.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Welcome.
Thank you. Try to keep my eyes on you and navigate this at the same time. But good afternoon. My name's Craig Minus, and I'm the owner and operator of CAM Land Use and Development. And I serve as the project manager and land use planner. We're joined here today with our entire design team, CJ Hornsman with MW Design. We have Henry Lenny with Henry Lenny Design, Aaron Carroll with Aaron Carroll Landscape, and Bruce Jones with Ashley Vance is in Colorado, and I think he may be on virtual, but couldn't be here today. Again, we are excited and appreciate the opportunity to be presenting our project to your commission this afternoon. We have two materials available. One is a presentation, which I'll largely walk you through, and then we have our plan set available if we need to look at that as well. So staff has done a very fine job at the staff report and the presentation, and so I will attempt not to be repetitive. They've largely laid out many of the components of the project. So I'll jump into it. Again, just to reiterate the vicinity, I think we're very clear where this is, but we are on Carrillo and De La Vina. It's the previous or current Jiffy Lube site. Again, here's the Jiffy Lube site. And again, it's just over a 15,000 square foot parcel, generally an underutilized parcel in the downtown core. It has an approximate 1,000 square foot single-story Jiffy Lube building there. The tenant and the landowner have been blessed with a long relationship. Jiffy Lube's been there for a number of years, I think 20-plus years. In fact, I think they have a very cordial and somewhat of a family relationship. But Jiffy Lube has decided to vacate the property. There is other properties that better meet their needs of the business, and so we're aware of that, and I think that was the impetus to an opportunity, a chapter 2 really for this project, and that's what I think we're excited to explain to you today. The opportunity, the chapter 2, if you will, is to incorporate the city's AUD program. When we look at this site and location and need in our community, I really think this is a poster child for an AUD project. We are within the priority housing overlay. We're within the central business district. We're along 2 major transit corridors, and we're adjacent to the city center. And we're proposing rental housing during one of our most, during an era that we need housing probably, the most. So we're very excited to be able to do that. Again, I just wanted to reiterate on this slide that the project has chosen to provide rental housing pursuant to the AUD program. We would have the opportunity to do for sale condos, for example, but we believe that rental housing is a community need, and so we've committed to that. And again, in addition, we're following the AUD program and rules, which includes 10% inclusionary at the moderate level. I wanted just to spend some time on the background. I think that is helpful. We started this process about 3 years ago, really. These are sketches, if you will, but at the time we looked at this site in depth. We have studied opportunities to have the Jiffy Lube building remain, that use remain, include some housing units in the back. That really didn't pan out, and we kind of not a really compatible use. So that kind of went by the wayside, but we spent a lot of energy kind of really looking and understanding the site and the neighborhood and the context. The second visual there, again, Pilar has already alluded to it, but we did spend some time looking at kind of what is a maximum build out. We took that larger building, the 4-story building, to the HLC and got a lot of feedback. So over the years, we've really spent time to understand size, bulk, and scale and in neighborhood context for this site. Again, Pilar's informed you that we've, been to the HLC a number of times. We've obtained really good feedback from them. Again, this is where we took the opportunity to study the site with respect to the streetscape, with respect to the neighborhood context. And so I just wanted to reiterate that we spent a lot of time looking at the site, developing the project over the last 3 years. So in summary, we've, really had the opportunity to gain a lot of feedback along the way. The project has gone through 2 pre-application review team sessions. So we've gotten numerous comments back from the city staff. We have been to the HLC on concept 3 times now, and most recently last month, which I'm very proud of the way it was received by that commission. And again, we've had multiple iterations of this site plan. There's a lot of things I wanted to say, and I haven't been saying them. So I'm going to turn it over to the design team. They're going to largely expand on the architecture. They'll be able to review in detail the design or the height exception that we're requesting. Before I do, I did want to either preserve some time at the end to address public comments, and specifically the written public comments that were provided. I can do that now or later, but there were a couple inaccuracies that I saw in those letters that I wanted to just get on the record. There was a letter submitted by Favre Large, Archibald and Spray. It included some reasons to deny the height exception, and I believe there was some inaccuracies in there. One, it stated that we're providing low units, low inclusionary, and we're providing moderate at the 80 to 120% level. The letter suggested we had not responded to HLC's design suggestions related to the upper story 4th unit. So the letter fails to acknowledge our most recent hearing, the one in June, where we did incorporate that revision to pull the penthouse from the south side and locate it in the middle, which was, again, well-received and pursuant to their suggestions. And then lastly, it suggests that there's prescriptive rights over the site. We are actively discussing with their representation. We've met on site. So there is review of that. I don't agree that there's prescriptive rights at this point, but I wanted to reiterate that we're working closely with the applicant and their representation to work that out. So I thought that was important. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the design team, and I didn't leave you much time, but they'll be able to take you through the architecture and height exception. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Craig. CJ Horstman, MW Architects. I myself have been working with Henry Lenny and Aaron Carroll, who's landscape, on kind of the design of this project over the last couple years here. So it's an honor to just introduce the project to you guys for the very first time here. As Craig has said, we've been back and forth with staff and HLC and kind of created a nice working relationship there to really bring forth what we think is a good product to this corner. So this is an opportunity, again, to transform what's kind of a underwhelming auto service site into a high-quality housing project, which kind of serves as a gateway here within the Pueblo Viejo district as you come into downtown, coming off of the freeway. So it's a prominent corner. We thought it would take some attention to detail as we proceeded. That's why we started with working with HLC and staff on the size, bulk, and scale. So I'm just going to give a quick overview of the site, and I have it on the screen. This is Aaron's landscape plan drawing, which I'm not sure if this made this into your package yet, but it's the best looking site plan I have because it's nicely rendered. Kind of just walking through from north to south here, Carrillo Street being on the north. A couple comments that we received kind of in our latest iteration is to kind of create a nice front door, and Henry will kind of talk about this with elevation. So we've created this sense of a 3-story mass building with a 4th-story penthouse. So really it reads from the street in most elevations as this, what's a 3-story building with that one unit on the 4th floor to provide another opportunity in architecture, which Henry will get into. We've opened up the corner there into a nice, generous shared plaza area. As Pilar had mentioned with her great presentation, we have a mixture of open space, including some private balconies, some private little mini courts inside there on the various levels, and then some shared courtyards. It's like this large courtyard and the corner courtyard that end up kind of opening up the project. We've kind of pulled back parking off of De La Vina Street as you move south there. So it's not in your face parking garage. We kind of tucked that back into the most interior corner of the lot. And the adjustments we've made to our massing and size, bulk and scale have really been responsive to the 2 properties. Both to the south, we have a small little cottage that's like I'll call it a 1.5 story. It's a single story with a raised entry level. And then obviously the Hotel Riviera, which is a 2-story to our, right there to the east. We've kind of pulled back the massing of the building. So I'm going to invite Henry up to talk about the elevations and kind of make that clear. So appreciate your time. I can run this. Yeah.
Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, I'm Henry Lenny, Henry Lenny Design Studio. One of the most important things that I wanted to relate to you is that the team wanted to make absolutely sure that we were doing the right thing. And there were too many elements to maneuver simultaneously. And one of them was the historic building, the Riviera Hotel and the Craftsman Cottage, which have historical value. We adjusted our elevations to make sure that we were not overwhelming those landmarks. As you can see, this is a Carrillo Street elevation. The element that is actually designated in red was much higher to begin with. And after some comments from the Landmarks Commission, we realized that they were right and that we should adjust that. It did not create any detriment to the floor plan of that unit, other than we're going to have a few extra steps down from the interior, but we can actually handle that very well. The other thing to begin with is that when we went for the first conceptual approval, the Landmarks Commission made a few suggestions, including moving the penthouse from the edge, which would be the eastern southern edge, to the center of the building. And that would mitigate some impacts to the neighbor, to the point that it would virtually not be seen at all from any public views. The other thing that we were asked to do is, as CJ mentioned, initially, is that we should provide some separate entrance from the street to each unit, and we did that. We do have a setback on De La Vina Street and also on Carrillo Street that allows us to introduce some landscaping. And as you saw in the landscape drawing, we have wonderful, abundant, very old canopy trees, which we intend, that's actually enhancing the architecture, in my opinion. And so we want to make sure that those are, that those remained. Let me see. And then when we got to the penthouse, in order to keep the integrity of the Pueblo Viejo guidelines, we provided a pitch roof. But anyway, everything has been said. We're still working on refining some of the details for the building, and we're looking forward to doing that. If you have any questions, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you to all of your team for your presentation. We will certainly have you back up here to answer questions. And I would like to ask Mrs. Esparza if we have any public commenters for this project.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. If anyone in the room would like to speak on this item, please fill out a speaker slip located in the back of the room and turn it into either myself or Ms. DeBusk. While waiting for that, I'll turn to virtual. If anyone participating virtually would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand on Zoom and we'll call on you. I do have one raised hand for Ian Dirtle. Mr. Dirtle, I'm going to go ahead and send you an unmute request. And you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Perfect. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can hear
Yes.
you, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. My name is Ian Dirtle. I'm attorney at Fauver Large, Archibald and Spray here in town. And my firm represents the Santa Barbara Community Housing Corporation, which is the nonprofit organization that manages the Hotel de Riviera property next door to the proposed project. I would also like to mention that Gus Lizarraga, the controller for the Community Housing Corporation, is present in the meeting today. As many of you are aware, the Hotel de Riviera is a designated structure of merit that has served as an affordable single-room occupancy facility for approximately 28 formerly unhoused men and women with dual diagnosis mental health disorders since the early 1990s. It will continue to serve this purpose for the next 80 plus years by virtue of the deed. Right off the bat, I want to say that our clients are in full support of providing additional housing in our community, particularly affordable housing. The reason for our comments today are given the proximity of the proposed building, which comes right up to the property line, our clients are concerned about the requested height exception for the fourth floor unit. As a structure of merit, the Hotel de Riviera does not have the ability to easily remodel or otherwise alter the building to combat the effects that this increased height will have on its property and its residents' light and privacy in their common area courtyard, which is situated directly below the fourth floor unit location. Our clients request that the fourth floor be reduced to the permitted height with no exception, or that the fourth floor unit be moved further away from the shared property line to reduce the massing adjacent to the Hotel de Riviera property. As Mr. Minus mentioned, and as this commission should be aware, there is a sewer line for the back building of the Hotel de Riviera property that runs underneath the 932 De La Vina lot. And the residents have used a side gate opening onto that lot for resident ingress, egress, and particularly deliveries for many years. We have been in communication with the applicant's representatives about this issue. We received a response from their attorney yesterday, as was mentioned, and we are hopeful that a reasonable solution can be found to address these issues and specifically to find a solution for the sewer line. So I want to stress here that the Santa Barbara Community Housing Corporation is not opposed to additional housing projects or even this project in particular. We are just actively working with the developer and the city to find the best possible solution for everyone involved. And with that, I will thank you for hearing these public comments.
Thank you. Next, we have Steve Johnson. Mr. Johnson, I'm going to go ahead and send you an unmute request, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to comment. I'm going to amplify my written comments and note that this is an ideal site for a no parking project, such as 425 Gardner, 425 Gardner or 425 Star recently approved. This project is a block and a half from the transit center. So rather than doing a project with no parking, instead we have a luxury project where every unit has parking space, where actually none are required by zoning. The applicant has stated that there's a need for rental housing. I think the correct statement in many planning commission, we have a need for moderate income rental housing, and a project with 90% above it only makes the housing imbalance worse. This project, if bonus density use, could have 3 units. Several, 4 would be very low income, The rest would all be market rate, but they would be closer to moderate income market rate, of which zero have been built in the last 16 years. Let's find a way to get some moderate income. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give one more opportunity for anyone who'd like to speak on this item to raise their hand. Not seeing any more raised hands, we did receive written correspondence from Ian Dirtle on behalf of the Santa Barbara Community Housing Corporation and Steve Johnson, and I have not received any speaker slips, so with that, I'll turn it back to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sparza. So, due to the unique layout of what this concept review is asking of our commission, I want to just take a moment to review what we'd like to cover today and a little bit of a format we're going to try to follow to help keep things a little bit organized as much as possible. This review requires us to provide feedback to the HLC on design, overall improvements, and consistency with the city's general plan. I would like us to try and stay focused on this comment portion first. And I understand Ms. Plummer has a slide to help keep us on track for that part. Is that correct? You have, do you have a slide prepared for us for that?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. Yes, I have a staff recommendations slide that outlines what we're expecting.
Okay. And that's what I was hoping to see. I just want to bring everyone's attention to this slide. We are asked to consider the project, provide comment recommendations to HLC by majority vote today regarding these two topics with subtopics. I'm just going to read it quickly onto record. Please consider the project and provide comment and recommendation regarding proposed design and improvements of the project and the project's consistency with the city's general plan. Then the second bullet point is consider and take action on the request for an exception to the 48-foot height limitation. So after our first part is complete, I'm going to then move into the second part, focus only on the request for the exception of the height limitation, because we will then vote for this portion only. So at this time, I will go ahead and turn to my fellow commissioners. Please feel free to ask questions on the first bullet point at this time. Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I have difficulty doing that. I think the discussion is going to take us into both
Sure.
the height and the layout of the project. So I would request that you reconsider that and let us speak on both, and then maybe at the end we can wrap it up with our comments. But we can talk about both
Sure.
right now.
I will respond by saying if you'd like to just loosely talk about
Okay.
everything on the screen, I have absolutely no problem. Just keep in mind that when it's time to vote, we're only voting on bullet point 2, and for that, we will keep it organized and deliberate on that before voting. I have a comment here
Thank
from
you.
Mr. Busk.
Chair Bonderson, actually, you will be doing a majority vote also on project
Right.
consistency with the general plan, so they could be two separate votes if, I think that makes sense in case there are differing opinions.
Yes, of course, and I wanted just to, I guess, to make myself clear, in response to Commissioner Wiscombe, I don't mind if we talk about everything at the same time, but at the end, I'm going to very clearly separate the two items on the screen and do those votes separately, which is the expectation, but I just want to be really clear that I will divide it up at the end. Is there anything else, Mr. Busk, that we should be aware of? Okay, so go ahead and turn on your mic. Commissioner DeLucia would like some
Thank you.
clarification.
I would like to ask
Just-
some questions.
Yeah, but hold on,
No,
let's
no,
just
I'm
get clarification.
I want clarification of the procedures.
Sure,
One
please.
question. So this portion is for questions only, correct?
This is questions, and if you have comments that you'd like to add, but
we can do it at
we are
the same
going to,
time?
I'm going to separate formal deliberation with the voting
Okay, so
at
this
the
is
end.
time for questions.
Yes, please, if you
Questions
can.
and comments?
Yeah, you're welcome to, we always mix them up anyway, so I can't tell you not to comment, it's going to come out. But I just want to make sure deliberation type comments happen prior to the vote. And those are things that we're paying close attention to for the voting purpose. So back to you, Commissioner Wiscombe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, can someone tell me how tall the Hotel de Riviera is? Do someone know? Okay, but it looked like from the slide that you showed where you compared the Hotel de Riviera to the third floor of the building after you'd set back the fourth floor, that they were pretty even. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, so they're the same height then?
Yes, absolutely. That was the whole idea and the whole exercise.
Okay.
Is to make sure that we don't exceed the height of Hotel Riviera and also the historic building on Delavina Street.
Right, okay, great. Okay, and then one of the things from Mr. Dirtle was, in addition to the sewer line, which I don't think that's really anything that we have purview over, that will be during permitting, et cetera. But he talked about a side gate opening onto, and what was that? And then also access. Is there a site plan that can describe these two things that he's talking about?
Yeah, I'll attempt to, well, correct me if I'm wrong, CJ, but I think, he may correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the gate that he was speaking to is, no, I don't think it's CJ. This is the Hotel de Riviera to the right. My mouse isn't working very well. And there's an existing gate that provides access right about where CJ's pointing, that apparently the residents of the Hotel de Riviera has been accessing.
For what purpose?
Egress, I guess.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
there's egress out to
Out to the
Carrillo
corner,
Street.
yeah,
I think
okay.
there's egress out. They have an access easement over the property to the south.
Mm-hmm.
But I think out of convenience, it's really easy to get out of the property over our property.
Okay.
There may be prescriptive rights related to that. We don't believe so at this time, and I think
Okay.
the attorneys
Well,
are really
we'll
talking
leave
about
that to the
Yeah,
attorneys
yeah.
then, yeah, okay. I was curious, because I didn't understand, I know that was one of his concerns. And then, this is for Ms. Plummer, this is a community benefit housing project because 2 units are inclusionary, is that what you consider, 10% of the units are inclusionary? Is that why it's considered a community benefit housing project? You list in the staff report the things that qualify it as a community benefit project. Yeah, priority housing. When you say priority housing, are you talking about, what does that mean, priority housing?
Developed at the priority housing overlay tier.
I'm sorry?
Rental housing.
Oh,
as
okay.
Yes.
Okay, and then housing affordable to low, then you say inclusionary housing. So since ours is 10%, are you basically
include
saying
those
that this would be a community benefit housing project because it has inclusionary housing and priority housing, i.e. rental housing?
Through the chair, Commissioner Wiscombe, it's because it's a rental housing project, and yes, also because it includes inclusionary units as well.
Okay, great. And then, okay, so that answers that. And then for the applicant, I guess, which units are proposed to be inclusionary?
We have not solidified that at this point. I think the city has very detailed inclusionary regulations, and so it will utilize that guideline and follow those rules to dictate which units will be the inclusionary ones.
Okay.
Commissioner Wiscombe, if I could just add a little clarification.
Yeah.
Our affordable housing policies and procedures require that the inclusionary units be proportionate to the types of units that are
Right.
the market rate, so in terms of numbers of bedrooms and that sort of thing. And they also should be dispersed throughout the development.
So it'll definitely be 1 2-bedroom, 2-bath. Okay. Now, can we condition the project with 2 2-bedroom, 2-bath moderately priced units?
Commissioner Wiscombe, the Planning Commission doesn't have condition of approval authority for this project because there's no land use decision.
Okay, so we can't do that.
Correct.
But we could make that comment.
You could make that comment, and as we're looking at the proportions, because I think the one-bedroom is going to be kind of on the cusp of which is more appropriate, a one-bedroom or a two-bedroom. And I'd have
Okay.
to look more detailed at the policies to see how it addresses that.
Okay. And then where's the bicycle parking? We asked that on site, and have you resolved that yet? You got 22 bicycle spaces too.
Yeah, I believe our uncovered is located, and our covered is still to be located. Is that accurate, CJ?
There should be an exhibit, I think it's DP 13 within the submitted drawings that shows the location of some covered bicycle lockers dispersed
Does
throughout.
it meet the requirements for covered bicycle?
It does,
It
correctly.
does?
Yeah.
I don't think we have that sheet, but
Okay.
okay.
I might not
We
have
asked
made
that
it.
question on site, and we were told that it hadn't been, I think it hadn't been resolved yet. Is that right?
Through the chair, Commissioner Wiscombe. So the plans do note that they're providing 22 bicycle parking spaces. There might be some comments that were included in the PRT that they have to address as part of their formal application, that they're secure bicycle parking spaces. So that's the expectation when this goes through completeness review, that they show where
Okay.
those are going to be located.
Okay, so that's a requirement.
Yes.
So, okay, great. Okay, so then let's get to the common storage areas. Oh, I don't think you want to sit down.
Tough chance.
This is very unusual. And to have so many common storage areas, I guess we can't do it. We're at the maximum number of units for this site, right?
Through the chair, Commissioner Wiscombe, that's correct.
Okay, so we couldn't take the third floor, 1,770 square foot, and lop off 770 square feet and make that a inclusionary unit. Is that right? Because we don't, I'm in uncharted waters here, I'm sorry, but.
Absolutely. Through the chair and Commissioner Wiscombe, our affordable housing policies and procedures would only allow an additional unit if it was a low-income affordable unit. Anything above the maximum allowed density, which is what they're currently proposing, would need to be low-income affordable unit.
Okay, but could we take 770 square feet of the third floor, make that into a low-income unit and still be okay under the AUD program if we gave them the height, community benefit height,
Chair Wiscombe, that's something that would be allowed if the applicant proposes it.
or we suggest it? Yeah, we're only allowed to suggest, right, at this
That
point?
is correct. I mean, your comment was as if,
Yeah.
that might be a reason to approve the height exception, so that would have to be a discussion with the applicant.
Okay, but we're voting on the height exception, right? So we could approve the height exception with some concept similar to that. Is that correct?
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wiscombe, I think you're dealing with a straight up and down vote about the community benefit and whether that meets it. You could provide comment if there is a rejection to it and the applicant wants to repropose, that's a possibility. But to put that kind of currently in there, we kind of be out of the bounds because we're
Okay,
just focused on
I
that
understand
scale.
that. I'm just, as I say, I'm in uncharted waters here.
Totally understand.
Okay, so explain why we have so many, I want to understand these common storage areas. Number one, there's so many of them, and number two, they all have balconies? Really? So what's the concept, or what's the design rationale?
Commissioner Wiscombe, the common areas are located throughout the project on
Correct.
each floor conveniently. The uses of the common area are not entirely determined at this point.
Well, it says storage.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think bicycle parking could be, located in one of those. I think it's important to remember that it's very time-consuming and expensive to design a project, and really, again, on this chapter 2 and looking at the revitalization of this property, we want to do that once. And so we did incorporate the common storage as designed. We took the care to, ensure that it was reviewed by the HLC from a size, bulk, and scale. And so we're able to achieve that common storage space and still obtain very, very favorable design comments from the HLC on size, bulk, and scale.
Okay, so I get that. Are you thinking that eventually they might become ADUs? Is that something, I mean, be honest, we're here.
Commissioner Wiscombe, again, as a developer, we have a number of tools we can use to propose a project. We've decided to entirely use your AUD program to do that. For this site, the AUD program maximizes, it sets a maximum number of units that we can achieve, and it's 22. And we are trying to achieve the maximum number of rental units. There's a need for housing. Another tool that's available via the state is ADU. We have not made a decision whether the common space would be ADUs, but that is an option for us. Again, we design a project once. I can't tell you if they're going to be ADUs, but there is a possibility that they
Okay,
could be,
that's
pursuant to state law.
That's a fair answer to that question. And I will say, the balconies are, the project, I'll say, is a beautiful project. And the balconies are something that are seen from the outside of the building too. So I can understand, maybe when I first saw them, I was like, okay. But it's all part of the integrity and the design of the building. So I get that. I think that's pretty much it. I appreciate your being candid on these common storage areas. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Next, we have Commissioner Lodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dormus, I have a question for you, for the city attorney. My recollection is that over a year ago, the city council approved amending the general plan and the definition of community benefit to remove plain rental housing. Am I misremembering? And if I'm not, where is that amendment at?
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Lodge, unfortunately can't recall that. To me, and maybe Mr. Busk would know the answer to that, but in terms of at least where I could advise, I would look at the strict language and the definition which the staff report provides. So I think we look at it, we have two elements. We have priority housing, but we also have housing that's affordable for low, moderate, and we have 2 units. But whether that was amending the purpose of that, I don't know if Mr. Busk is familiar with that issue or not.
Through the chair, Commissioner Lodge, I also don't specifically remember that, but I haven't been as involved in the AUD process through the city council.
Okay. Well, the way that it's defined in the staff report would mean that every AUD project with inclusionary housing is community benefit. That was never the intent of that portion of the general plan. And I remember being in reviewing the general plan before it was adopted in December of 2011, I think it was. Suddenly, this language was in there. And this language was part of what came out of Measure E and controlling, having some kind of control of job creation, zoning, and so on. And the benefits, the community benefits were for things like a hospital, maybe even a theater for needing the space for the scenery to go up. And there's been one project in quite a few years on the Planning Commission that has received approval as a community benefit project up to 60 feet, and that is Sanctuary Centers. Sanctuary Centers project is entirely affordable, which is also, that was that definitely is a community benefit. And the building also includes medical service space, dental service space, and so on.
If I may, Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Lodge, and that's the point of this being before Planning Commission and taking a vote, right? Staff has a report where it feels at least it meets the definitionary threshold, but it's up to the commission to deliberate and decide whether it meets the standard that the commission seeks through a vote of being a community benefit. You have the definition there, but it is within, again, this commission has discretionary authority on this issue, so it's within your discretionary authority.
Well, I understand that, but do you disagree that this definition means that every AUD project is a community benefit project?
No, because I think the definition is more encompassing on that, and I think it takes a look at a case-by-case basis in terms of, it provides parameters, but you would still look at issues on whether it's a community benefit on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, well, now the way you set the process out at the beginning, Madam Chair, it sounded as if we weren't to discuss the issues raised by community housing project.
Mr. Busk, it seems like, excuse me, Commissioner Lodge, it seems like Mr. Busk may have a follow-up response for us regarding
Thank
your
you,
earlier
Chair
question.
Bonderson and Commissioner Lodge. Just as a little bit more background, there are two aspects to community benefit. The city has a definition for a standard community benefit project, which are things such as hospitals, museums. So those are kind of the non-residential community benefit projects. We also have a separate definition for community benefit housing, and that includes the housing types that were on that slide that Pilar showed, one of which is priority housing. And priority housing includes rental housing. It also includes employer-sponsored housing. But then that second bullet did talk about inclusionary housing. And so you're right that I think any of these AUD projects that have inclusionary housing could be considered community benefit housing. That doesn't mean they're automatically entitled to the height. It just means that they're entitled to ask you for the height. And I'm not sure on the timing of the definitions, but it may be that one was written before AUD required inclusionary housing, and it wasn't amended once we did require that inclusionary housing. I'm not entirely sure on the timeline, so that may be part of the reason.
Okay, well, thank you. It's the whole point of the AUD program, which grew out of a suggestion that I made and a map that I drew, was to generate affordable, market rate affordable housing. The development community insisted over and over again that the density was high enough, the units they would build would be middle income affordable. And I was naive or not very bright, and I believed them. And I learned that it isn't the way it works. Rents are what the market will bear. And I've had developers tell me that, when I ask about concessions that the council has allowed, such as no parking downtown. I asked if rents would be any cheaper because no parking was provided. He said, the developer simply said, rents will be what the market will bear. And so the AUD program has been effective in getting apartments built, which weren't being built for years in Santa Barbara. However, it did not achieve its main goal and of having market rate housing that middle-income households could afford. The original ordinance, as drafted by staff, did include an inclusionary provision, but the development community persuaded the city council to delete that requirement. So we lost about 60 units that would have been affordable, moderate income affordable if it hadn't happened. Okay, well, I guess you can tell I'm very frustrated by what has happened with this program and the results. As to the architecture on this building, I think it's a beautiful building. And as to the height exception, it's a small amount setback so far from either Correa or De La Vina. I'm not sure it could even be seen from street level. So I'm whether or not it's a community benefit project, I don't have a big problem with granting the extra footage. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Next, we have Commissioner DeLuccio, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have like 3 questions. I think I'll start with the applicant. I have a couple of questions, or staff can pipe in. Will this site require some chemical site cleanup, being the use on there currently? Maybe staff can answer. If you can.
I'll look to the help of staff, but traditionally that would be, a condition of approval if there is any concern that staff and the departments identify. And if so, then, we would comply with that prior to building permit.
Okay.
Through the chair, Commissioner, that would be part of our environmental review process if we need any technical reports, and that'll happen as part of this completeness review stage after this hearing. Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. I have like 3 questions. Another question, I'm just curious, because in your presentation you mentioned you coordinated with the neighbors. Can you just briefly give me an example of how you coordinated with the neighbors?
Yeah, well, we're a corner lot, so we have 2 neighbors. We have a neighbor to our north, east, and south, and we've met with both of those neighbors. Clearly, the neighbor to our east is the Hotel de Riviera. There's some discussion about, easements that may or may not exist. So we've met them on site. We've reviewed that. We've had correspondence. The neighbor to the south, very similar. We've heard his feedback on the project. I think our design architect met with him to address some concerns from a design perspective. So I think it's been both in person and via, written communication.
Okay. I will say before I ask my final question of staff, I think it's well designed, the project. So I think we're hearing a lot of positive comments about it, and I think the process has worked very well with the HLC. And I do have a question for staff. To clarify for me, if they were to put the ADUs in eventually, is that when it would trigger in that they would have to come up with the provision of either 3 low income or 2 very low income units, in addition to the 2 that they're currently proposing?
Through the chair, you're asking specifically about accessory dwelling units?
Yeah, the ADUs.
Yeah. So there's no affordability component for accessory dwelling units. The process would be, they can't include accessory dwellings as part of the project currently, but what they can do potentially in the future, after the building is permitted, if it's permitted in its current state, they're allowed to convert 25% of the units. So again, that would end up being 6 units feasibly, but it has to be legally permitted, fully enclosed floor area.
Okay, so to go back to my question, what is this in the staff report that I'm not understanding perhaps? It says something about provision would provide, is this something else, a new state provision that we could perhaps pursue here? It's on page 6 of 38 of the staff report.
Yes, I included, just as an example, in the staff report, that there are some options that could happen to these storage rooms. One option is after the building is permitted, the applicant could convert some of the storage rooms to accessory dwelling units. Alternatively, there's the opportunity for state density bonus law, which would require provision of either 3 low-income or 2 very low-income units, in addition to the 2 moderate-income inclusionary units already required for this project.
So these just call out examples?
Those are just
Okay.
examples. And the applicant would have to opt to choose to do those.
Of course. So I'm at the same, I feel the same way as my fellow commissioner, that I feel like if we're going to give a height exception, we should get some more more affordable units in the building. I'm going to ask the city attorney something, please. I understand that it'd be the option of the applicant actually to want to propose something like that, but can we ask them if they would volunteer to do that?
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner DeLucio, there's nothing wrong with, making such a comment that they would ask and being discussed here on this issue. So it could be done, but again, it kind of gets tricky because we're looking at a vote from, is it a community benefit to be allowed to go to that 40-foot height? So it can't be a condition, but if it's something, and you can't, and the other problem is this is all done orally. So it'd be much more sensitive, at least for comments to be made in the sense of this way, that, and this is just an example, the commission does not view it as a community benefit and at this time is denying it, but making comments to it as, in the alternative, this is where to happen, we may reconsider, and then the applicant bringing it back. That would be a much more.
A continuation.
That would be a much better way to deal with it.
You're saying continuation?
Continuation,
Right.
even a better suggestion, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner DeLucio. I have Commissioner Wiscom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually didn't make any comments, but we were talking about, Commissioner Lodge was talking about the height, the community benefit, the height exception. And I just wanted to draw the commission's attention to page 9 of 38 in our staff report, exceptions to height limitations. And in order to achieve, I'm sorry, and it says here that the Planning Commission must also decide and take action on whether the requested height exception is appropriate. If the Planning Commission finds the height exception to be appropriate, then the following are draft findings. So that might be some guiding, there's four of them here, that might be some guiding steps to look at in terms of when we decide on that. I liked your approach. I thought that was good. That's Commissioner DeLucio's approach to the perhaps studying one more unit. I will say, I think the design is elegant. I think it's very appropriate for this corner. I think it's sensitive. You've sensitively addressed in the design the Hotel de Riviera, and it's quite lovely. And I think it's a little bit harder for us because you've worked so hard with HLC to bring it to this point where they're happy, they're very happy with it. And I think from the unanimous decision they made at their last meeting that they are. And I would agree with that. So those are just my general comments. I think there's other things to work out, but if you have any comments on perhaps making one of the, here's my horse trade story that I'm kind of doing in my head. If you had any comments at this point on perhaps making one of the storage rooms, or the 770 square feet out of 1,770 square feet in the one, into a unit, and maybe reapplying so that one of the other units, and that would be a low-income unit, right? It has to be a low or very low? Low or very low?
Either is acceptable.
Can it be a moderate? No, wait a minute, I'm not done. Can it be a moderate if one of the units becomes an ADU under this development? And then we're back down to the 22. And then we have a moderate unit which benefits again, I'm
So, thank you. Through the chair and Commissioner Wiscombe, if I'm understanding correctly, I do not think that that's a possibility, because the only way to add an ADU is to convert floor area. You can't propose it as part of a multifamily development.
okay.
And
So
our affordable
that's
house-
why we have seven storage rooms on the project. Okay, so I can't horse trade that.
No.
Unfortunately not.
Okay, I'm trying here, thank you. But if you do have any comments about how you feel about what we're saying up here, yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. And I was just going to ask if we could get through the remaining commissioners and then perhaps give you the opportunity to respond. It would be the easiest way. Just remember all the things we've asked. And just to reiterate something Ms. DeBusk just said 2 seconds ago, I'm going to add one word that I think will help all of us. In a project such as what we're seeing here, that little idiosyncrasy is that we can't have an ADU unless that square footage, that area is existing. So the building has to be developed, it has to be standing, it has to be stamped as complete, issued, approved, all the way through, done, certificate of occupancy, and then we can convert the space that's in the project into something else like an ADU. So that's the trick, yeah. Well, the word I was introducing was existing. So, that helps me understand where we are stuck. And so I just wanted to share that with the public if that helps anyone at all. And that being said, I'd like to, I see Commissioner Lodge, your light is on. Did you want to comment again?
Yes,
Please.
you pointed out that Ms. DeBusk had something to add, and she did, and I forgot about the other questions I wanted to ask, which were, and the way you said this was to go, I got the impression, and I might check on this first before I ask my questions, it sounded as if we weren't to discuss the issues raised by the Riviera Hotel. And I do have some questions. I think it's really more clarification. Okay. And on the site plan that's up on the screen, the letter from the Riviera Hotel group said that the building was right up to the property line. It looks as if there's a substantial section of it that is not. It's indented, and I was wondering what the dimensions of that area are. I couldn't figure it out from looking at the plans.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Lodge. That's about an 8-foot setback there in that indent. And then the rest of the building is about 1.5 feet off the property line. I mean, it's virtually on the property line, but it's not right up on it. So we did set back just those portions along that property line that are appearing to be on are set back a little bit. So we have about 9.5 feet indented, right about in the middle of where the Hotel Riviera is located. Trying to be sensitive both in a site planning perspective and from all the frontages, kind of setting back to leave a little bit of buffer and then terracing things back. So what we're looking at on, where's my elevation? There it is. This one. Here's kind of a section through from the, it would be the interior side, the Hotel Riviera being that orange building. They have some landscaping between our building, our proposed building as well, represented by that orange tree. This is kind of the, what I call worst-case scenario, which I don't think is bad, a 3-story massing with that setback of the penthouse substantially set back, as in response to our talk with the HLC last month.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course, thank you, Commissioner Lodge. And next, we have Commissioner, Vice Chair Bauke, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a couple questions for staff. First off, one is about the general plan and the zoning ordinance. Could you explain whether or not the intent of the general plan is to have ground floor commercial uses in this area? This was a conversation that came up with the objective design standards, and the commission said yes, and I believe that was the answer to that question. Are we allowing commercial or residential uses on the ground floor on such a major street with this proposal?
Through the chair, Commissioner Bauke, the general plan encourages a mix of land uses. I would say this site would allow for mixed use, so they could have commercial at the ground floor. And in fact, I believe the first iteration that was reviewed by the Historic Landmarks Commission back in August of 2022, the applicant can correct me, but did include a commercial component, a smaller commercial component. In December of 2022, the HLC reviewed the project that was most similar to this one, which was only residential. They did comment to the applicant to study if they did want to provide some commercial element, especially since this is a very heavily transit area. It's close to State Street and Chapala Street, but this site does allow for just residential under the AUD program, and that's what the applicant has opted to pursue.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Second question, if this project was developed under the state density bonus, how many units could they have on this property, and could all these storage spaces be used for units?
Through the chair, Commissioner Bauke, the applicant would have to submit an application for staff to review state density bonus. I included an example that they could have a provision of either 3 low-income units or 2 very low-income units in addition to the 2 moderate income inclusionary units. I don't think that would get you all the way to the 7 that they're showing right now, the 7 common storage rooms. But even in this iteration, they're only allowed 6 to be converted to ADUs at a later time after C of O. So one of those spaces will be used probably for storage or bike storage or another use for the building. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So my commentary is basically as a look at this project, the ground floor on this main urban corridor should be office. It shouldn't be residential. It's not a place for residents. I know you're allowed to do that. I just don't think it's a good place for somebody to physically live with the noise from that street. Yes, you probably could do it, but I won't support that. Just want to make sure you understand that. I think it should be office. And actually, the ground floor piece, the 2 units that are on Creo and the one that's on De La Vina, probably those 3 units should be office, and then the rest of the building, you could get your density back by taking some of those storage areas into residential use and still be within the ADU program, or even better, coming through the state density bonus. I think this is a site that's got great potential, and you could do both in this case and maximize your development. Like the other members of the commission, I actually think it's a well-designed project. I think you've done a very good job from an architectural standpoint. So, and I think it's compatible, and I surely could find the height findings. The question then comes back to the same question, which Commissioner Lodge brought up is this minimum of just getting 10% really is of community benefit, and that's where I have a hard time. That's why I'm suggesting you go beyond the 10%, either through the state density bonus provision or just go beyond it and go beyond the 10%, because you have the physical volume of space to use, so use it. Don't just sort of wait till it's constructed and an existing use and then come in, just do it now on the front end. So those are the comments I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Balke. I have Commissioner Lodge again. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly in response to Commissioner Balke's comments, the city needs housing way more than it needs more office or commercial space. The way I originally proposed this project, it was to the AUD, what became the AUD program, was to get commercial property to be developed as all residential. This would reduce the job-creating potential by a lot, reduce traffic impacts by a lot, and provide what the community needs. I'd like to point out, Commissioner Balke probably aren't aware of it, at the corner of Carrillo and Chapala, where the Greyhound bus depot used to be, there was a project proposed that had commercial downstairs, it had offices upstairs, and the developer, the land is still sitting there vacant. Most recently, the project that came through there was for a charging station. I don't know, for electric vehicles, I don't know where that project is, but the reason that happened is because the developer realized that it was too far from State Street and that there just wouldn't be the circulation there. We need housing way more than we need commercial. The city was zoned for way too much more commercial than it needed in the beginning, and we're dealing with that since. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. So I don't have any other speakers on my screen, so it's my turn, and I will start with a question for staff. Ms. Plummer, if you don't mind putting slide 15 up on our screen, my questions will reflect some of this information. And I wanted to begin by asking you just to confirm or comment on my statements, because I'm going to basically say what I think I understand this to be, and if I'm wrong, you'll correct me. In the event that this property or any property doing a project like this decides in the future, when the building is constructed, it's existing, and they may want to convert some existing square footage to habitable, at that time, it would no longer require any parking spaces for those additional units. Is that correct?
Chair Bonderson, foremost, this AUD project, as it stands now, has a maximum of 1 space per unit, so there's no parking required. It's also in the area of AB 2097. So again, no parking is required under that legislation. Accessory dwelling units don't require parking, so the answer is no, they don't.
Perfect. And just to be clear, as it's designed now, those parking spots that are proposed are also not required. This is just part of their proposal. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Next, in the future, if they were to convert existing space to new habitable, how would that require any type of compatibility with additional affordable units? Would that proposal in the future require those units to be affordable?
Again, Chair Bonderson, if the applicant were, after this building is constructed and has certificate of occupancy, to opt to convert some of the storage rooms to, for example, accessory dwelling units, there's no affordability component to that. You use the word compatibility. I'm not sure if you're referencing any exterior changes to the building, but Yeah.
No, I just wanted to, I know the answer, but I wanted to double check and put it on record that in the future, if anything would be converted, it would not require any of these things that we are discussing here today. And that's sincerely my only concern, because today we have an opportunity to discuss the possibility of negotiating some type of what we are calling community benefit, moderate, low to moderate housing and so on. That leaves our hands the moment this project is approved, because then there are no requirements placed on that future development. So I am interested in asking just one more thing, something we discussed at the site. We have 22 spaces, 22 units proposed for this property, for this project. 10% is to be inclusionary, and we round up when there's a decimal point. Or do we round down? Would it not be 3 units are required here, or are we rounding down to 2?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. The amount of inclusionary for this is 2.
And that's simply because it's under 0.5, it's rounding, yeah, okay. Just want to double check based on what I'm about to talk about. So the way I look at this as a practitioner doing the math with you and having a pretty good idea of what your hopes and goals are, if we are starting now with the 2 inclusionary, 2 out of 22, we have the opportunity to increase by 6 units in the future. That takes us up, of course, to 28 units. That keeps 2 out of 28. So that's not 10%, and that's not helping us. So since we're able to work something out here, and we've heard a few different suggestions from my fellow commissioners, would the applicant, I suppose, would be the one to answer this if you can speak on behalf of, the team. Would you consider today already designating more of the units that are constructed under today's conversation for the inclusionary, knowing that you're going to get 6 more units in the future, so that balances out more fairly to what we expect 10% to look like?
Chair Bonderson, I don't have the authority to make that decision today. Again, I could take that back to the ownership and the design team to consider. I would like to remind you, we are following the guidelines of your ADUD. Your AUD program says we can do 22 units. I'm a housing advocate. My project's a housing advocate. If we could do more units per AUD, we would. But we are maximized at 22 units. When we look at additional densities, state bonus density, we have other considerations about the height, our neighbor. And so again, I reminded you, we only have, we have a limited number of tools that we can propose a project in, and we're using the AUD, tool to present this project. And
I understand
it
fully.
is squarely within your AUD program. I wish your AUD program allowed for more density, but it doesn't.
Absolutely, and I understand your position. I was just throwing some ideas out there because we may end up with some type of conditioning on this project once we start deliberating, and I wanted to know what options we had. And I have another question for you, so stay up here with me, Mr. Minus. You've, as part of this project, you proposed 21 spaces, which you didn't have to, but there's 21. I'm a I shouldn't say this, but I'm a parking advocate. I really believe that parking should be available, whether it's for every unit or not. There should at least be some parking options. So I'm happy to see this. My initial question is, who of the 22 units doesn't get a parking spot?
That's to be determined. Again, it's a 15,000 square foot site. And again, we're trying to achieve the densities that the AUD program, indicates. We believe that the market will appreciate parking. I know that's a fine line in a discussion, and it ebbs and flows over the years. But at this point, a no parking project was not what we wanted to propose. So I don't have the answer for that, Chair Bonderson. it comes down to, fitting all of that in a relatively small site and trying to adhere to, all regulatory things such as stormwater management and setbacks, so.
Did you, as a team, consider not having this much parking and potentially having a different type of floor space model, larger units or whatnot, using that space for housing instead? I know you can't make more units, but to configure them differently, just considering your location, you couldn't be much closer to the transit center. So
Yeah,
was that ever a consideration?
Look, I think when we approached this project, achieving the needed rental housing units was a priority number one. Given its location on the two major transit corridors in the central business district and the priority housing overlay, the parking was secondary thought. We really think that this site allows you to potentially live without a car, given that it's on Creo, a block and a half from the, State Street in the central business district. So again, the priority was housing. Parking would be great, but we're not going to design a project around parking given the amenities that we think this site provides.
I don't know if this will go to your design team, perhaps the architects, but I'll present it and you can choose who's going to answer. Just so you know where my thought process is coming from, I'm asking you if you've taken consideration into any of these things, because I'm trying to find possibilities on how to avoid the height exception being requested here. So, if you were to put a unit where the parking is, or if you're, my next question, did you as a team possibly consider not using the height exception, not going to a fourth story and using one of those storage units as the unit that you're trying to accomplish to reach 22 units instead?
I'll give this a shot, and if I need some help, I'll call on you guys. I think when we looked at the fourth-story unit, in reality, we're asking for a 2-foot, 4-inch height exception, very minor and modest, particularly that, given where that unit's set back, you're not going to see it. In all reality, we can make this easy, and we can actually redesign that so we don't need the height exception. If that's what your commission desires, we can do that. So I forgot your question, but I wanted to reiterate that, from our approach, it was a very modest request on the height. In fact, we can modify that to be some sort of flat roof if the height exception is not supportable. But given the livability of that unit, the architecture wanted it to be what it is. We wanted to maintain that plain heights. We wanted to provide quality housing in the downtown core, rental housing in the downtown core. And that's what the architecture wants. If that's not, desirable, we can modify it, but it will make the inferior, make the unit inferior in our opinion.
And I just want to make myself really clear. I really appreciate this architecture. I absolutely love Mr. Lenny's work.
Yeah.
It's always beautiful. I'm a big fan. And I have no specific problem with the height request. I was just curious to know if your team had juggled other considerations so that you don't even have to have this conversation here today. It's one less thing for us to limit you with. And therefore, I'm just mostly asking what kind of thought you put into this. If you could redesignate space so that you have a project that's really following everything without so much discretionary review. My presentation, we've worked on this project for 3 years. There's been a lot of iterations. We have studied a number of scenarios. In fact, we had a completely 4-story building. In that case, we could achieve 36 units. The feedback we got was that size, bulk, and scale was not desirable. We responded to the design feedback. We responded to our neighbors' comments. And we think that we're bringing a beautiful project that, again, your AUD program is telling us what units we can achieve. That's right.
Again, I would like to have more, but.
Yeah, that's right. And
Yeah.
you're absolutely right. This was more of just an understanding
Understood.
your design as it's presented here today. And since my colleagues have already sort of added their comments. I would just say that I'm in full support of the design here. I'm comfortable with everything that we saw under the first question that we're going to vote on in a moment. But since as practitioner, I know what you're looking to do, and it's clear to me, and I understand that you're following all the rules that are presented to you to follow. So I guess my biggest curiosity is about, how do you plan to achieve certain things? And that's going to lead me to my next question. I know that you're not required to have anything more than a zero setback, interior setback to your adjacent neighbor, the Hotel de Riviera. And my curiosity is, as projected in the design, today they are proposed as storage units. There's nobody in there looking in through the windows. But in the future, if those spaces do get converted, you have these French doors. They're very, very close to the property line. And from my own sketching on your drawings, they line up pretty closely with the windows that are just several feet away. Well, you're allowed to do that. But what kind of thought was given to privacy and personal window-to-window fenestration kind of viewing?
I may need some help from the designers here.
Well, on the Hotel Riviera side, there's quite a bit of landscaping in their property. Privacy is always an issue. We deliberately set those spaces back about 8 feet because there's a rule that if you want to have operable windows or sliding glass doors, then you have to be away from the property line. Otherwise, you cannot have it. And in one of the master plans that we explore, we thought, well, that will serve a couple of purposes. Either provide the light and ventilation that is required, but far enough away from the property line. It could also benefit some of the bedrooms that are adjacent to that in the future. And the reason for that is, again, national law says that every bedroom must have a window for the purposes of, in case of a fire, they can leave that. So I think CJ and I were manipulating all these elements, while at the same time, we recognize that setting that portion of the building back right in front of the Riviera Theater, the Riviera Hotel, that may provide the privacy that they need. However, I don't know if there's any rooms that face this property.
And neither do I. That might be a conversation.
I try to find out myself, but on Google, but of course the landscaping, it's blocking everything.
One of the topics we're supposed to talk about today is livability, which is where my question is coming from. And at the same time, I recognize that we must comment on this based on the fact that these are storage units with French doors. So you're putting us in a little bit of a tricky situation, and I'm trying to think ahead and also be very respectful of our purview and not being able to talk about certain things. But if you in the future are converting these spaces, you have 6 that you're allowed to convert. If I understand, if I've counted this correctly, there's, because I'm counting that one as a ground floor. My concern, I'll share my concern with you. The 2 that are on the ground floor, in the event that these become eligible for conversion, they have a fence in front of them. They have a floor above them. You're going to have a very narrow window of air and light. I would not, if this were in my purview, I would say this is not a livable situation. And we can't tell you what to do, but because this is an opportunity for us to share suggestions and talk about livability and design, I want to just say, I hope that you will consider that this will not be a converted space for habitable use in the future. Maybe this becomes your bicycle parking or your real storage. And in that case, maybe it doesn't need French doors during construction. Just so I can be really clear and release my conscience as I approve go positively for my decision here today.
Yeah, well, keep in mind that on the first level, we have to have at least 12 feet high ceiling. And that has primarily to do with handicap vans. I don't
In
know
the
if you
parking.
remember the issue that we had at the Granada parking structure with the solar panels. I was desperately trying to bring it down to 8 feet, couldn't do it, because the handicap vans need to circulate properly. So having the tall ceiling on the first floor allows us to have enough, if they become sliding glass doors or windows, they can be very narrow, but they can be really tall. I mean, it's as tall as this one here. So, we looked at that.
Good, good. I'm sure you did.
So-
I have no doubt that you're thinking ahead on all of this, which is why I'm trying to do the same. This leaves me with just one comment, so thank you to the applicant team and architects for being here. My last comment is for Ms. Plummer, and I just want to double check. On page 4 of your staff report, under the zoning chart, you have the interior east setback proposed as 0, but in your presentation, you had it at 1 foot, 1 inch. I just want to make sure if that's correct, you'll update the document for
Yeah.
yourself.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. Yes, the actual number is 1 foot 1 on
Okay.
the plans. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you as well. And that concludes my set of questions. I appreciate your patience with me as I brainstorm here. So I'm going to open this commission back up for I don't know if we need deliberations, but basically a motion on the first portion. Would you put your questions back up? We'll stick carefully to the first. I apologize. Please forgive me. I have one more question that I had saved for the end, and it goes to Mr. Doimus with regard to the motion and the decision here today. It has been sort of kind of discussed in one way. I want to go a little further. Commissioner DeLuccio asked you this question. I wanted to know if we can condition this project for possible future development, saying something like, if this were to convert, we support that and we ask for X. Is that allowed in a project like this, or are we really confined to what we're allowed to do that they have followed so carefully here today?
Chair Bonderson, and I echo Mr. Busk's points earlier in terms of the land use decisions. And I think the question goes down, if I'm correct, and correct me if I'm wrong on, especially with the height issue. I think with that, you have potentially 3 options. I think that'll help clarify for the commission. I think you can deny with reasons stated, and then if the applicant wants to reapply, incorporate them, they can. And also keeping in mind being fair to the applicant when we do this. I think you can, option 2, obviously be approved, following the staff report recommendations, or there be, as Commissioner DeLuccio made a good point too, in terms of one of these issues, if there wants to be continuance with comments made for the applicant to reconsider, I think kind of asking these questions or decisions to be made on the spots, very hard to do, especially if it doesn't have approval authority. So those would be, at least in terms of some of these versus doing a condition, at least being, having some finality or having some directions was really key. And that's why they're here for today. So I think that would be, at least on some of these issues.
And
the
Mr.
appropriate
Gomez, are
way.
we allowed to put a condition on a possible future? Development?
I would turn to Mr. Busk, but I believe, no, you're not allowed
Yeah,
to.
I believe so too, but I want to hear it. The answer's no.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you. Yeah, just double checking that we're clear, and I'm
But
gonna.
yeah, I just wanted to add, but those options are not putting a condition, they're just giving, right? One's a rejection, one's a continuance, and one's an approval.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also, if you're rejecting, you're at least giving guidance for reapplication, but you can't put a condition on it, so.
Very good, thank you. I will open up the floor for, are we ready for a motion? Do we need deliberations first? We can do both in one. Go ahead and make a motion. We have, is this fresh? Is this, Commissioner Wiscombe, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I'm just thinking we have 2 more two more projects here today. In terms of bullet point number 1, consider the project and provide comment and recommendation by majority vote. This is going back to HLC, so our comments are important. I think I'm going to just say that I'll make a motion that the proposed design and improvements of the project are, that the proposed design is exemplary, and the improvements of the project to make this rental housing definitely is a need in our city, and that the project is consistent with the general plan. So that would be my motion, and I would need a second on that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. And I heard a second. Commissioner Lodge?
Yes.
Okay, let's take some comment.
Clarification.
Yes, I don't know if, Commissioner DeLuccio, did you want to comment, or is that for something else?
I think I'm for the
You're-
the
okay.
next one.
I'll keep you in the wings.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bauke has a comment, excuse me, Vice Chair Bauke has a comment.
To the maker of the motion, could you bifurcate this into two parts that, as we have listed in front of us, there's two dashes. I'd like you to, if possible, separate it into two parts.
I don't see a problem with discussing it. Do you want to tell us why you would like to do that?
Just as I made a comment to staff, the general plan clearly considers a mixed-use zoning designation, and I do not see this project as a mixed-use project as it's currently configured, so.
Let me ask Ms. DeBusk, do you suggest we keep this together? If doing one separate, Commissioner Bauke may be in agreement to and then in disagreement to?
Right, Chair Bonderson, if you're asking my opinion, I think it makes most sense to provide it to the HLC as one motion. I realize unfortunately that maybe that means you have to vote against the entire motion, but in your explanation for why you voted against, you could explain that you don't find it consistent with the general plan. But I'm just a little leery of giving the HLC three motions on the project.
Thank you, Ms. DeBusk. I'm in agreement with you. And Commissioner Wiscombe, did you want to comment or
Well,
change?
I'll add to my motion, and the seconder, Commissioner Lodge, can see if she agrees. We have Exhibit D, which is applicable general plan policies. And as far as I'm concerned, it meets the majority of the applicable
I agree.
general plan policies in Exhibit D of our staff report.
I concur.
Chair.
Okay. So
Okay.
I prefer that the motion not be bifurcated.
Okay. And so with that, I want to make sure that we are all clear on the motion and the second, and go ahead, and if there's no other discussion, we can take a roll call vote. Mrs. Esparza, please.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner DeLuccio.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe.
Yes.
Vice Chair Bauke.
No.
Chair Bonderson.
Yes.
And Commissioner Bauke, can you please state your reasons for no?
Yes, I voted no on the motion because I believe the project isn't consistent with the general plan's finding that this is a mixed-use zone. I believe the two units on the front on Carrillo should be office use, so it would be qualified as a mixed-use project. Also, the other part is I think you should be applying for a state density bonus for this project and not going through our AUD program and actually maximizing this particular property. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Next, I'm going to ask for a motion. Oh, okay. Do you have something you'd like to? Okay, hold on a second. Before the motion is made? No, why don't we not have a one-on-one conversation? Let me go ahead and continue talking before we do anything else. So we're going to move forward on the next bullet point. I'm going to ask Commissioner DeLuccio if this is the one that you wanted to make the motion on.
I do want to make a motion on it out of all fairness to the applicant, because I, at this point, probably could not vote for Part 2 until I understand better from whoever is the decision-making body for you, if they would be amenable to adding one low unit into the building.
And,
He can speak if you, can he speak?
yeah,
if
he
wants
can,
to?
and I also want to ask, Mr. Duemas, do we have the ability to condition our decision this way?
You cannot condition at all the
Continuing.
decision. You're just making commentary, but there has to be a vote. So what I mean that is, I approve it if you do that. What you can do is a denial, but you're making your comments, I'm denying it for this reason.
Yep.
But if it were to be brought back, that's some way, but you can't make a condition in the motion.
My motion would just be a continuation, and I'm giving the reason why I would make this motion is because out of all fairness, I'd like the applicant here to go back, or whoever is the decision-making body on your part, if they'd be amenable to adding one low income unit to the project.
Would you like to come up and comment, Mr. Minus?
Yeah. Well, I don't have final authority. I am in communication with the property owner. I'd like to identify that one of the challenges to actually constructing this, if the common storage spaces were converted, is that it has to be sequential. And that, from a construction perspective, is not the ideal way to do that. We would prefer to build the whole project together. So I think, again, if the potential future ADUs were allowed to be built consecutive or simultaneous is the word I'm looking for, with the AUD units, I think that the project would be open to providing inclusionary on the full units approved.
Now, from my knowledge, we don't have the authority to give you that permission.
Okay,
So,
that's what I wanted
so
to.
therefore, we can only have a hypothetical where
Yeah.
you and we understand each other, and there's a desire, and we hope you execute, but we
Understood.
can't hold you to that.
Okay. That's what I wanted to ask was, I know that we would be amenable to that if there was an ability to minimize construction. I don't know if you had the authority to do that or not.
Now, we have Mr. Busk.
Thank you. Through the chair, the way to make that happen would be through state density bonus law, and I believe that's the calculation that we provided as an option. It would require 3 low income or 2 very low income out of the 6 potential extra units. So that's something you would need to consider as to whether that pencils.
Thank you for the time.
Of course. And just, I don't think you have the answer here today. You've claimed that you can't, we all understand you don't have the authority. You have to talk to the property owner. But have you as a team until now ever considered using the alternative to get all of your units right up front?
Again, we've looked at that. I mean, there's a number of tools that we have. We chose the AUD tool, and knowing that we chose the AUD tool, knowing that the DU is available. But we did look at state bonus. I mean, clearly that's,
Yeah.
something that's,
I mean, you could get so much more than, it's a trade-off. We always know there's a
There's
trade-off.
tools, and we analyze the tools, and these are the tools that we've elected to move forward with.
Thank you, thank you.
Clarification, please.
So I would just want to redirect back to Commissioner DeLuccio if you have all the information you need now to make a motion.
No, I don't.
No, you don't.
I have
Please
an
go
issue,
ahead.
Because I just feel we want to clarify something, maybe the applicant, once we give our approval this evening for the height, and that's what we're here to do, the next step, at some point, you can build out those ADUs, you would go back to the city and say you want to build those out again, but at that point, then they won't be required unless they volunteer to put the lower income units in, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's, so do you want a decision today? Have you already conferred with the decision maker on the other end? You're on the line with them?
The property owner.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, I am in communication with them. Again, I'd like to reemphasize, if we had to build 22 units and come back and build 6, that's not an ideal situation. We
Okay.
would like to build all units at one time. If we were able to build 28 units at this case, the inclusionary requirement at 10% moderate would give you one more moderate unit.
Exactly.
And that's what I have authority to agree to. Now, again, I don't know if
Oh,
we
so you're-
can't, sounds like, you know.
So you're
Mr.
saying
Busk
you would
It's
agree
not
to
on the
the one additional unit today?
The moderate unit.
But it's
yeah.
not on the
But I
table
don't-
for us. We
Yeah.
can't have that conversation, Commissioner DeLuccio, because we cannot discuss 28
I'm not dis-
residential units. as
Let's
part
not
of this.
discuss 28, but if there's 22 and they want to volunteer one more unit, we can do that,
this-
correct? Without the 28.
Commissioner DeLuccio, that is correct. If they wanted to volunteer one more unit at a low-income rate, they could
Today.
do that.
Yes.
But to be clear, you're saying, we understand where you're going. There's 22 units proposed. Would you take on 3 today?
I'm not asking them to take on 3. I'm asking them to take on, they have 2 already moderate, and if you would take on one more
That's
that,
3.
one more that would be low, then I would make a motion to approve the height, the additional height.
Mr. Doimus, do we have the ability to
See,
do that
no,
condition?
Yes, Chair Bonderson and Commissioner DeLuccio, that's exactly what I'm trying to warn the commission from not doing, that kind of this
Yep.
bartering and putting on conditions. What may be the best thing to do at this point is, obviously, we have the one motion that's approved. As far as the second issue, I think there's been a conversation where the applicant's kind of understanding where the commission's going, and so trying to be as fair and expedient to the applicant as well, is maybe a continuance, there can be an amendment to this proposal, and then the commission can review it, versus having these oral promises kind of going back and forth and decisions. That would be the most prudent thing.
So they haven't filed an application, though, have they?
They haven't, this is design review,
Yeah,
but we're trying to have them approval for the 48-foot height. Am I correct, Allison? At least we want this going forward today, this decision.
So I would make a motion for a continuation with them to come, they can come back if they want for them to decide if they want it, then they can come back and volunteer another unit, correct? If they,
Correct, I mean, then the commission can see that, and they can make that determination that at that point, it's for the public benefit
okay,
with how it's been proposed.
so that would be my motion for a continuation.
Thank you. If that is clear, is anyone interested in a second? I will second that. I'm comfortable seeing what they may return with. We may not have a majority vote here, but we can give it a try. Mrs. Parsa?
I'll go ahead and take a roll call vote. Commissioner DeLuccio.
Yes.
Oh, we have a discussion first. My apologies, Commissioner Wiscombe. Is there anyone who would like to discuss? Go ahead. Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
I appreciate the worthiness of this, but I have to look at the applicant and say, they're operating under the rules of a program that the city has, and we've had it for years. We keep getting close to sunset date, and we keep extending it. And I think, okay, I think since they've played by the rules of the AUD program, and we don't really have the ability under the program as it exists today, and I know that staff has been working on making amendments to it where we may eventually get to the point where they could do 28 units and have 10% be, we're not there right now. And we have a tremendous effort in this city to streamline things and to move projects forward and to ask them who have been through 3 HLC meetings and have to go back for another one to do that, to come back here for a continuance for one unit that I know would be really helpful. I just think it's not fair. They're asking for 2 feet and 4 inches or 5 inches. It's set back so well. HLC has said it really is just an exquisite building. I think they called it a poster child. And Ms. Plummer's nodding, yes, a poster child, yeah. So I can't support a continuance at this point. We have a process, they've lived by it, they've developed their site, they've spent a lot of time doing it, and where I'd like to have the extra unit, and I hope that they do it, I just can't support it. Thank you. I would support the exception to the height limitation for the 2 feet and 4 inches, 5 inches, 4 or 5, whatever it is, 5 inches. And I would cite what we have on page 9 and 10 of our staff report, demonstrated need in, first of all, in order to achieve desired architectural qualities, that I think the setback, it's a lovely building, it really is. Architecture and design, it will be exemplary, that's, HLC's already said that. Livability, I think the project is in a great location. I think we need residential units downtown. I just,
Commissioner Wiscom?
I'm almost done.
Well,
And sensitivity to context, I'm telling you why I wouldn't support it. And
But
sensitivity
that was for
to-
the first topic? So,
For the consideration of the height limitation.
but all the points that you're discussing here now are,
Are exceptions to height limitations.
I understand, thank you. Just quickly, out of respect for the whole panel, does anyone else have a comment here at this moment? Okay. I would like to ask Commissioner DeLuccio, would you be interested at all to amend your motion
Would you
to-
suggest I amend it? I really, I feel like we need the housing.
Yeah.
And I really would like, I feel like we have, the applicant needs to explore it a little further if they will do the additional unit or not. So I'm not ready to make, I guess I'm not ready to make a decision today. That's why I'm asking for the continuation.
Bear with me, Commissioner DeLuccio, perhaps I can sway you because I agree with both you and Commissioner Wiscom. I understand our purview in the sense that we cannot condition this. I understand, Commissioner DeLuccio, you're asking for something to be thought through again, perhaps with a counter proposal that would appease us to give an exception here. I also fully agree and understand Commissioner Wiscom's point of view that this is exceptional design, and as I mentioned before, I don't have a particular problem with the height at all. I mean, even if you went higher, I would not necessarily have a problem with that because I think it solves a architectural need to make exceptional design. That being said, I personally was asking certain questions to also find out if we could find a agreement on record where we can assure that when you move forward with the additional 6 units, which we expect that you will do, we want you to do, we want the housing in our community, if we can request a pinky promise to get that 3rd affordable unit. Now, that's as far as we can go. I do understand our limitation here. I understand the effort by Commissioner DeLuccio, and my second was for that same effort. If we could move forward on good faith here, hoping to get that 3rd unit, I would have no problem amending our motion to get this through and not drag this out any further.
I can make a substitute motion if you want.
Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, you
All
can-
right, please,
yeah.
Commissioner Wiscom, do it for us.
Okay, so my substitute motion is that can we go back to, oh, those are the findings, yeah. Okay, that we can make the findings for the exception to the height limitation as they're shown on our screen, and they're on page 9 and 10 out of 38 of our staff report. And approve the height exception of 2 feet, 4.5 inches as appropriate for the project. And furthermore, that we as a planning commission strongly urge the applicant if they do convert 6 of the storage room areas to, eventually to ADUs, that accessory dwelling units, that they will strongly consider and hopefully make one an affordable unit, even though that's not a requirement by state law right now. So that's my motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe, that's beautifully stated. Procedurally, can we just, yeah, I know. Procedurally, do we need to remove the other, we just go for the second? Anybody would like to second that? I can second that. Can I second both of them, or do I need to opt out?
First one on the table now, correct?
First one on the table.
That's the first one
It's the
because it's
first one on the
substitute. I
table,
just
yeah.
wanted to make, that's why I asked
Yeah.
procedurally if we could just go for. I would like to second that motion. Any discussion on this?
And I just want to say too, I think as the commission recognizes, I'll put in there, it's not binding, it's just, I think it's an appropriate, I understand Commissioner Wiscombe's point, I think it's well taken to move the process as the applicant has followed what we're required. Again, it's just, it's an additional recommendation into your decision, but we should just modifying it, making a statement that none of it's binding, because I don't want to view it as, you know, the applicant can choose not, just so the commission's aware, the applicant can choose not to adhere to it, has every right to, and there's no recourse at all on that, so just making it clear.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you for that important clarification. Mrs. Barza, we are ready for a roll call vote.
Thank you. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner DeLuccio.
No.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe.
Yes.
Vice Chair Bauke.
No.
And Chair Bonderson.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. That closes this item. I would
excuse
like
me.
to offer
Excuse me, Commissioner Bonderson.
Oh, yeah.
If we could just have comments on the no's for the record.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for the reminder.
Well, I'll go first. I believe this project could have more units through the state density bonus provision. I believe that's the appropriate path for this applicant to go. The community deserves more affordable units, and unfortunately, they've taken the low bar of our ADU process, which gives us less. I want more, not less. And also, I've made the comments before, it's a mixed-use zone, and it should have offices in the front. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bauke. Commissioner DeLuccio, please explain your no vote.
Sure. I like the design. Let me say that I voted no because I really felt like we needed more process here with a continuation to at least explore an additional affordable unit. As you know, we're having a housing crisis in Santa Barbara like every place else. And when I see all those ADUs that you're going to propose in the future, and you're entitled to do that, and whether you want to make them any of them into affordable or not is at your discretion. I felt like, man, maybe they could have taken one of those ADUs, a little of that storage space and carved out at least one low-income unit. Thank you. But I like the project, and I think it's a great project.
Thank you. And to conclude this, I just want to state that we understand that the applicant has done everything by the book thus far, and our extra comments and requests are on good faith. So we wish you good luck. We look forward to the development of this as it evolves. And that will conclude this project. I'd like to give just round it off of 10 minutes plus the additional, 12-minute break to allow the next, staff member to set up their presentation and let everyone stretch their legs. Thank you. We are in recess. Thank you and welcome back from our quick recess. We're moving on now to item number 4. That is a project located at 125 South Calle Cesar Chavez. And before I introduce the project planner, I just want to ask if any of our commissioners have any ex parte communication that they may need to disclose at this time. I see none, so I would like to welcome our city project planner, Tony Bowman. He's here this afternoon to give the staff presentation. Mr. Bowman, welcome. The floor is yours.
Right. Thank you, Chair Bonderson. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is a project located at 125 South Calle Cesar Chavez. This is the project location. It's in the city's M1 industrial zone. It's bounded by Calle Cesar Chavez on the west, South Quarantina on the east, the railroad tracks on the south, and other industrial storage yard type facilities owned by Marburg to the north. The project proposes to construct a concrete storage yard for Marburg Industries. They would replace a parking lot that's there on the site now that serves as off-site parking for the Path Shelter that's down on Cacique Street. It would remove existing trees. They're mostly eucalyptus trees of various sizes. Some of them are mature, and install new replacement trees. It includes installing new fencing and landscaping, primarily around the project perimeters to screen the new facility. Includes restoration of an existing small drainage ditch that's sort of a wetland. It's proposed to be restored to improve the wetland quality of it. And that includes soil remediation in that wetland area and habitat restoration and monitoring. The project would install stormwater bioretention basins for the runoff from the concrete slab, and includes grading of approximately 2,500 cubic yards of cut to be exported and 120 cubic yards of fill. This is an aerial photograph of the site with the project site highlighted. You can see how it's situated, like I described, between Calle Cesar Chavez and the railroad and South Quarantina. And hopefully you can see my pointer. So this area over here, you can see that existing parking lot that's off-site parking for the Path Shelter. The wetland area is down in the southwest corner. The project requires a coastal development permit because the southwestern part of the property is in the appealable jurisdiction of the coastal zone. So that requires the coastal development permit, as well as requiring the Planning Commission to be the review authority for the coastal development permit. This is an overlay of the existing site plan from the plan set onto the aerial photograph. This is the proposed site plan shown in its vicinity. So this existing, it's really just a small ditch right there today, but it's technically a wetland. It's had a wetland delineation indicating where the wetland habitat area is officially and where it'll be restored. And it also has a 25-foot buffer around that area. And one of a separate bioretention areas sort of at the west corner of the site. The stippled area shows all the new expanse of concrete paving. Some of these lines that are shown across that, some of them, like this one and this, are existing lot lines. The project includes a lot merger so that the property, it's still 4 legal lots, but it'll serve as one project site. And then some of these other lines just indicate some slight slope to the slab for drainage to direct the water flow into the 2 different bioretention basins. This is the same thing. This is just an excerpt from the plan set, the proposed site plan. This shows a little bit better how the parking would be relocated from its current location over here to the side. The project's desire is to expand into this area where it's currently undeveloped and remove the trees in the center of the site. They're trying to achieve a big, wide open storage facility so they can do their storage operations and have the maneuverability and flexibility in using the space. So they kind of tucked the replacement parking for the path shelter over here along to the side. It would be served by a new driveway. The parking right in this area would be fenced. It's sort of a two-way fence. It keeps the off-site parking contained within its area and also keeps Marburg storage operations from encroaching into the parking area and affecting the maneuverability. The fence location is back this distance to allow for maneuverability in and out of the parking spaces. That would have its separate driveway. So the one existing driveway would be replaced with two new driveways. Along the South Quarantina Street would be all new pedestrian improvements. The design of that, the goal of that design is to preserve all the nice mature street trees along the side of the frontage. So the pedestrian master plan, transportation planning worked with the applicant and gave them some flexibility to have 6-foot sidewalk until they get to a tree, and then the sidewalk can narrow to 4 feet to maneuver around the trees to provide a nice functional sidewalk and frontage zone and screen fencing, but still keep the trees where they are. This is a landscape plan, so it shows the whole interior area of the site devoid of trees, and all the replacement trees would be relocated, some in this corner by Cacique and South Quarantina, and a whole row of trees along the railroad tracks, and then additional trees surrounding the wetland restoration area. The Architectural Board of Review was very concerned about the views from the railroad track. Even though it's not a traveled public street, they can still consider this section of railway to be a public view because we get a lot of visitors coming in and out of town on the Amtrak trains, so they wanted to have a nice screening along there and also to screen it visually from the hotels located across the railroad from the project. The upper image shows what the Quarantina Street improvements would look like, where I just described the new sidewalk. That sidewalk would be between these trees and that new fence and wall. And you can see it in section view, a section where it's 6-foot width, and then another section adjacent to the tree where it's 4-foot width. And then down here where the two driveways, main entry gate, secondary entry gate to the off-site parking, this fence is like a see-through type design of vertical pickets, and it's not screened with vegetation because they needed to maintain visibility for pedestrians in that area. So the fence needed to sort of be a see-through design because of the visibility triangles on each side of the driveways. The required application is a coastal development permit to allow the development within the appealable and non-appealable jurisdictions of the coastal zone. The required findings are that the project's consistent with the Coastal Act and the city's local coastal plan. So the Coastal Act findings that are applicable are scenic and visual qualities and minimize energy consumption and vehicle miles traveled. We have all the staff responses in the staff report. I could touch on those quickly. So for the Coastal Act finding of scenic and visual qualities, the project includes tree replacement and fencing to screen the site. Pretty much what I just described as far as visual screening that was looked at carefully by the ABR. And then the finding to minimize energy consumption and vehicle miles traveled. This industrial storage yard located in the city where it is near where the services are being provided. So it minimizes vehicle miles traveled by being located in proximity to where the services take place rather than being located out of the city, out in some outlying area. And this is a list of the applicable coastal land use plan findings that we identified. 4.3-2, restore and enhance visually degraded areas. That's pretty much what I just described. Tree removals would be restored by replacement trees. Arguably, the new concrete slab would look better than the dirt lot that's there now. The policy regarding design review, the project does require design review approval, and we'll return to the ABR for approval. Compatible development. This project's a little interesting with this finding because normally we're talking about a building and its size and style and all that. Here we just have a concrete slab, but it's compatible in the sense of what it is, an industrial storage yard in an industrial area. And it would be nicely landscaped around the perimeter. Landscape plans required is another policy. We talked about that. Screening the parking facilities, I think we covered that. Tree protection and replacement. The policy talks about where the removal of mature, in this case, they're not necessarily visually important trees, but there are definitely some mature trees. They should be replaced at a minimum 1-to-1 basis. And the project, as it's proposed, it works out to a 1.4-to-1 replacement ratio. Development within habitat buffer areas. The policy really says what you can do within a habitat buffer area, which is habitat creation, restoration, and/or enhancement activities. And you're allowed to do bioswales or other bioengineered or non-structural stormwater best management practices, provided that the encroachment into the buffer is minimized to the extent feasible and is designed to avoid impacts to the ESHA, wetlands, and creeks. And that's really exactly what the project's proposing, to do those two things within the buffer area. In terms of environmental review, the project's exempt from further environmental review pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act, Section 15332. That allows for infill development projects. And this exemption is applicable because the project is consistent with applicable general plan and all policies, as well as applicable zoning designation and regulations. And the proposed development occurs within city limits on a project site no more than 5 acres. This is in the city on a 2.4 acre site. That the project has no value as habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. And we have some reports that confirm that. One of them is the assessment of eucalyptus trees. Mainly we were concerned about potential for monarch butterflies in that row of eucalyptus trees. But this project also has considerable oversight from other agencies like this. The applicants made applications to the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, and that application included an extensive table of all potential species, list of all the species that might be of concern, and found that there's no potential for those species to occur here. And they also have an application in with the Army Corps of Engineers with similar oversight and confirmation about these species in those applications. Another characteristic of this CEQA exemption is approval of the project would not result in any significant effect related to traffic, noise, air quality, water quality, and it fits that exemption. The project also will have a permit from the Air Pollution Control District, and they've reviewed these plans. I sent the plans to them and received comments back from them with a list of recommendations. And I took their entire list of recommendations from Air Pollution Control District, and they're in the conditions of approval under air quality. The last thing is that the site can adequately be served by all required utilities and public services, and that is true. So staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission make the required Coastal Act and Coastal Land Use Plan findings and approve the coastal development permit, and also determine the project to be exempt from further environmental review pursuant to the Category 15332 infill development categorical exemption. That concludes my presentation. The applicant team's here. They'll go into much more detail on the project description.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. I welcome up whoever would like to speak, and if there turns out to be multiple speakers, I'd like to ask each of you to introduce yourself prior to beginning your presentation. You'll have 15 minutes. Please begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Bonderson, Commissioners. My name is Robert Forzande. I'm the General Counsel for Marburg Industries, the applicant and owner of this project. I'm joined today by John Kuykendall, our land use consultant, landscape architect Chris Dufour from RRM, civil engineer Alan Lewis from RRM, biologist Dave Compton from Dudek, hazardous materials consultant Paul Simonson, and Derek Carlson from Marburg itself. We're excited to present this project. I know it doesn't have the bells and whistles that we're used to seeing, but we're excited to present this project nonetheless because we are taking an existing site that has been used for nearly a century for storage purposes and is, as you saw in the photos, currently, we're not looking at the aerials, but currently it's a vacant dirt lot with non-native trees, and it's just out there and it's nothing. We're taking that site, we're enhancing the wetland area, we're installing a bioswale, we're putting attractive landscaping throughout the perimeter and installing the fencing to then enhance this site, which will just continue to be used for the exact same purposes that it has been for the last 100 years, but in a much more attractive fashion. So although it isn't providing housing or any other structure, it is enhancing the community and making it better than what it is today. As Mr. Bowman's report indicated, we're not seeking any concessions, we're not seeking any variances. We are in line with all of the zoning laws, with all of the Coastal Act policies, and we're just simply doing exactly what the site is, but going to be doing it better going forward. So clearly it's going to be an upgrade in every sense of the word. Our team, even though this isn't that complicated of a project, our team has been working closely with staff as we've come up through the process. As there was alluded to, there were issues about the screening from the railroad. We've enhanced the landscaping along that perimeter to screen this from passerbys on the railroad, along with on the other perimeters as well, to really shield this off. And then with respect to the parking reorganization for that adjacent lot, the way we've aligned it is how it was supposed to be originally. So this is the way it was originally desired, but the lot was never constructed, which is why you see the haphazard dirt lot that exists currently. So this is the true intent of how that lot for the facility across the street was supposed to be. And then also just a quick point of clarification, Mr. Bowman mentioned that there was a lot merger going on here. That is not the case. All four of the parcels will remain separate as part of this. We entered into a lot tie agreement with the city where we indicated that these four lots will be treated as one for this development, but if there are ever any changes or any severing, then all bets are off and everything has to be redone. I want to address some of the public comments. There was only two that we saw in advance because they're misguided. They're just simply incorrect, and I wanted to address them head on. First, both of them make reference to other Marburg operations in the adjacent area. Those don't matter for two reasons. First, those are completely different projects, right? Those were building buildings, those were recycling plants, those are completely different projects that have nothing to do with this one. Those have no impact on this has no impact on that. So they're completely irrelevant topics to discuss. But more importantly, and this comes up every time we come before you or any other board here within the city, is that there's this fear, this boogeyman that, oh, if you approve this, Marburg's going to add more trucks and it's going to intensify its operation and it's going to get bigger, 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 bigger. That's not happening here. That is not happening here. There are no new trucks. There will be no additional employees that will be here. We are simply taking an existing site that we already use and then reorganizing it, and then also allowing us from our adjacent sites to then move to make the operation more efficient. As one of the purposes of the policies is to reduce the vehicle miles, this will help us make our operation more efficient so that we can then meet that goal. So this will not change. In order to intensify, we have to have more stuff going on. That's not what's happening here. I also want to address a question we received from the commission. I'm not sure who it was, I forgot, but there was a question of whether there'll be vehicles queuing at this site. That's not the case. So this is simply going to be people come in at the end of the day, and these aren't the daily trucks necessarily, but there'll be people there coming in and parking, and then that's it. So there's not going to be any queuing, no lining up to get into the front or going out or anything like that. So that should not be an issue or of concern. With those introductory remarks, I'll turn it over to our design team to go a little bit more into detail about why we did some of the landscaping and some of the design on the project. I'll turn it over to Alan Lewis first, and he can go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Good afternoon, commissioners and Chair Bonderson. I'm a civil engineer with RRM Design Group, here to speak a little bit to just some high-level design aspects of the site. There's little I can do to add to Tony's description of the site. As he mentioned, it is a light industrial use, light industrial storage yard for Marburg. The site will be mostly paved with concrete. The section will be 8 inches thick to support vehicle storage and traffic. The vehicle traffic will only be for really storage purposes. It's just going to be mostly a storage lot. And so associated with this thicker structural section, there will be net export of fill from the site, and that will just result from excavating down to support that. As was mentioned, the lot tie agreement will help to enable compliance with stormwater requirements per the city's BMP standards. Drainage on the site will be draining from the northeast generally to the southwest, and it will be divided. A portion of the flows will go into the southwest corner. It will be intercepted by a bioretention basin, which is designed and sized to provide adequate treatment. It is sized to comply with the stormwater requirements. The remainder of flows will flow to the northwestern corner, and the same will be provided as well. So with that said, the requirements are met for on-site. The same is true for the off-site public improvements along South Quarantena Street. There will be bioretention along the parkway, and this will provide stormwater treatment for flows coming off of the western half of South Quarantena and also from concrete from the sidewalk that will be provided. So we will have a net gain of improved stormwater treatment. The wetlands will be protected. And lastly, another benefit of the lot tie agreement will be that we'll be able to retain the use of the existing water meters on South Calle Cesar Chavez. That pretty much concludes what I have to contribute, and I will turn it over to our landscape architect, Chris Dufour.
Thank you, Alan. Good afternoon. My name is Chris Dufour, Principal Landscape Architect at RRM, helping out on this project as well. Best part about going last is everybody's already said everything, so I can be very brief, hopefully. If I can get to my sheet. I think in general, most everything that I was going to talk about has already been spoken, but just to hit on the fencing a little bit, just wanted to go through some of the various types of the fencing that is on the project. The eastern portion, or the upper, I guess that would be South Quarantina portion, it's a precast concrete fence. It'll be roughly in the tan, warmer colors, and it jags in and out along that frontage. It'll be 8 foot tall, provide some screening so you're not really looking into the site, and some privacy as well. That type of fence is along the Calle Caesar as well. The northern and then the boundary along the railroad will be chain link with some slats so you get some privacy. We're proposing some vines to cover the southern portion, so that as you're coming in on a train, you're not looking terribly into the site with the tree canopies that we're providing, as well as the vines. The bioswale and the wetland areas are getting replanted, treated with willows and sycamores, as well as rushes and suitable plant material as well. We were, as was mentioned before, we were able to maintain all of the existing street trees along Calle Caesar and Quarantina. That was one of the benefits of this layout. I think that's about it. We'll save some time if there's further questions. Thank you.
Yes, Chair Bonderson, we would like to reserve the remainder of our time for addressing any issues that come up.
Yes, that's fine, and we stop the clock at 4 minutes and 18 seconds. You'll have that to your discretion later. Next, we'll move to public comment. I want to ask Mrs. Sparza to guide us through that. Do we have any remote or in-person commenters here today?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I'll go ahead and start with in-person public comment, as I do already have a speaker slip. Should anyone else in the room like to fill out a speaker slip for this item, please do so. They are located in the back, and then turn it into staff. So first up, we have Yuri Dolev. And Mr. Dolev, you can come up to the podium, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Commissioner, listening to you, I dearly appreciate what you do. You seem to be very clever and very caring, so I appreciate what you do for the city. I wanted to comment about what you've been hearing right now here. This is like elevator music, made to make you feel good about yourself, but it's not. We're talking about a $150 million company, maybe $200 million company, and go there, check it out. It's all trash. And I live there. I go there every day to see the drug people, to see the homeless people that the trash attract. Look at the dirty street, the noise. Who here doesn't know that eucalyptus attracts the monarch? Who doesn't know? And the monarch population is going less and less and less. And here they're telling us, oh, no, we're okay with that. So I really want you to pay attention to that. So first, their place should be indoor, not outdoor. If they're working, we shouldn't hear the squeaking, the twilling, everything that their garbage truck and everything does. Now, this place should not be in a coastal zone, in an area that you could see people walking with galleries, happy. Tourists go there because there is a bicycle shop around, and you should see their face when they get into the area, they run away. Our people at the office are afraid to walk there. They need to get into their car and run. Now, how is the city allowing something like that? They should be out of the city. They should be somewhere tucked that they don't disturb the public. I've been living here 33 years. And I contribute a lot for their growth, but what do I get for it? Who's enjoying it? Somebody's enjoying it. Now, their policy is trash and conquer. So they trash the area, then they make dust, they make dirt, they make this. It attracts the homeless. It attracts the drug people. Go look at the drug station there every day that I have to go. I'm afraid that there will be some shootings there one day. And then what do is they buy property like this, cheap, 5 acres for $3 million. Who can buy in Santa Barbara $3 million property? Show them the first picture that you show so they can see all the trash on your property. Where is your first picture? Show it. Please, show them the picture. It's the first one that you show.
I just want to let you know your time is just about to run out. Would you like to conclude
I
your
want to
thoughts?
say, okay, I want to say that I invested $1,500 to protect myself from the noise and everything that they do there. And they not only do work for our cities, they import trash from other cities. The owner himself, Bart, was bragging that he's bringing pee from Alaska. So I have no idea, why are we allowing that?
Thank you so much. And I know that you waited for the entire time of our previous item. So thank you for your patience and for staying for your comment. We appreciate you being here. Hearing from the public is important. Mrs. Sparza, do we have other commenters?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I don't have any more in person, so I'll turn to virtual. If anyone joining virtually would like to speak on the item, please raise your hand on Zoom and we'll call on you. I am seeing one raised hand from Anna Marie Gott, so I'm going to go ahead and send you an unmute request, Ms. Gott. Please unmute, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I did send an email to some of the commissioners, and I don't know if you've been able to read that or not. I will talk a little bit about what I included in that email, as well as a few other things. This property site used to actually be owned by the city. It was used as permanent storage. It was not a parking lot, nor was it used for fleet vehicle storage. This and the other adjacent properties were purchased by Marburg and its family over the last few years. Historically, again, these properties were not used for a large fleet garbage hauling facility, period. This is part of the 9.5 acres that Marburg has dedicated for its use, with approximately a half an acre for an unpermitted cement crushing facility operated by Lash Construction, and another half an acre that is leased to Cemex. The rest, which is roughly 9 acres, is used solely for Marburg's dirty trash hauling, porta potty, unpermitted green waste recycling, miscellaneous recycling, and large garbage truck and semi-truck hauling fleet vehicle parking. Marburg has a long history of applying for permits, gaining approval, and then failing to actually obtain the building permits or getting clearance that they've actually even built anything. Instead, what they've done is they go through the process, then they stop once they receive approval, and then they build without permits. So every single property in that peninsula that represents 9.5 acres, nothing is permitted. Not one project that you go down there and you look at what is actually built is permitted. And I don't think that you're actually going to, at the end of the day, see that this receives an actual clearance from the building department saying that it receives a building permit and that it actually passes the inspection. This project, and I'd like you really to ask the city attorney, considering the uses and the ownership and the long-term leases for that 9.5 acres, I'd like you to ask the city attorney if the city might actually be able to require a master plan for this whole area. Finally, I'd like to ask you a few questions. How do you minimize vehicle miles traveled when you are permitting what is essentially a parking lot for a trash hauling facility that requires hundreds of thousands of miles be traveled each year? That doesn't make sense. Does the Coastal Act actually encourage trash hauling in a coastal zone? I doubt that. Now, this project is really having also a
excuse me.
significant
Ms.
negative
Scott?
effect on parking with the, regarding public access.
I
And
have
I'd
to
really
interrupt
like
you
to
because we are over the 3 minutes, and I actually wanted to let you finish your previous thought, so I let you go quite a bit over, but I do have to interrupt you. I apologize for that. We do appreciate your comments.
Could I say one more stem?
You
one more
can
s-
give
one
us a
more
closing
sentence?
sentence.
One sentence?
One sentence.
Is that right?
Let's do it.
Okay.
No commas and colons.
The employees that are going to be operating the trash hauling trucks and the semi trucks need to park somewhere. They
Thank you.
will not be parking in the parking lot, and I would ask that you.
Thank you.
look
You're
to having them park in the parking facility.
Let's go ahead and cut it.
So they don't prevent people from parking.
Thank you. Your thoughts on that final sentence were well received. We understand what you're going with that, and we thank you for making the time to be here for public comment. Do we have any further commenters who would like to speak today, Ms. Esparza?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I do not have any more raised hands. We did receive correspondence from Guy Dolev, which was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. Back to you.
Very good, thank you. So now I'm going to turn to my fellow commissioners for questions. And I believe, Commissioner Wiscombe, did you have your light on? No, but you do now. I do now. Go for it, it's all you.
I do now because I just had my list of questions and one of them got answered. I was the one that asked the question about, do you anticipate any queuing of vehicles? I'm the guilty party. And where's your affordable housing on this site? No, I'm teasing.
Commissioner, we did explore the state bonus density housing law, but it did not provide adequate.
Okay. Okay. I just had to throw that in there. You've been here long enough. We need a little levity in the room. Mr. Bowman, I asked you a series of questions, and I'm just going to go over them. The first one, the staff report on page 6 discusses policy 4.1-17, development within habitat buffers. It includes a habitat mitigation and monitoring plan, HMMP, and a project environmental coordinator. The HMMP is in the C of A on page 4, which is 13 of 55. But I didn't see the requirement for a project environmental coordinator there. So I just wondered if we have that, and if we don't, we should probably add that. If I missed it, I apologize, but.
Commissioner Wiscombe, that plan does require not a PEC, but they require a biologist to do monitoring, so the biologist can serve the role of a PEC for that. So we think that's covered by following the plan itself.
Okay, because I think, where did I see that? Yeah, okay, on page 6 of 55, when you're discussing the policy 4.1-17, development within the habitat buffer areas, the last sentence in the last paragraph says the project includes a habitat mitigation and monitoring plan and a project environmental coordinator. We've had project environmental coordinators before, and they usually take on more duties than just, this one says to ensure successful riparian plant establishment, but we've had them for, it seems to me that that could be a broader definition because there's other things that are required here that may involve a project environmental coordinator. So you're saying that the project environmental coordinator is the biologist? Is that right?
That's what was called out in the plan. So
Okay. So you don't think we need that in the,
We could add it. I mean, there wouldn't be any harm in adding that, but the approval today would be including that mitigation and monitoring plan, which itself includes that requirement.
Okay. Okay, and then I wanted to go, the applicant's letter was very complete. So let's go page 48 of 55. We're talking about soil remediation here. And I know that it says in the applicant's letter, it states that additional soil testing will be required to reuse or dispose of on-site soils. And you've got a pretty big cut, I think. And I'm just, so is this part of the EHS requirements, number one, and number two, shouldn't this be included? So, since we have to do additional soil testing, I gather it's for the cut, that's the soil that's removed from the site to construct the 8-inch concrete platform. Shouldn't that be included in the conditions of approval? Or is that covered in something that Environmental Health Services has already provided?
Chair Wiscombe, I believe this is in reference to the soil cleanup in the wetland restoration area. That's the plan that it's talking about. There is a requirement that as they're doing their grading operations, that soil that they're exporting be tested before it's hauled to determine where it would go.
Right,
But-
and that's
but
what I'm
this
saying is.
provision here is about the wetland
That's what I'm saying
soil.
isn't in the conditions of approval, that soil be tested
Oh,
before it's either reused or removed from the site and disposed of. So I didn't see that in the conditions of approval.
yeah,
And he-
this, well,
he
this
also
section here is about the,
discusses, in that letter on page 51, the soil management plan. And I don't know if that includes the testing and, okay, so then we should probably add the soil management plan to the conditions of approval somewhere. If you're saying that the testing before reuse or disposal of the soil is in that soil management plan, which I assume it is, then we should add that to the conditions of approval.
Yes, Commissioner Wiscombe, this falls under the purview of EHS. The soil remediation will be part of the building permit. EHS will have jurisdiction. The purpose is, as that cut is removed, to determine whether it can be dumped at a regular facility or if there is hazardous waste.
Right.
That then needs to be done to a hazardous
Right,
waste facility.
I understand why the testing needs to be done. Okay, so if we can add, just reference that in there. Okay, and then I just had, for the landscape architect, Mr. DeFore, what size trees are you planting on the site?
Yeah, I can list it off here. We've got 24-inch box of the Brisbane box, 24-inch box of the Quercus agrifolia, the oak, and then the 24-inch box of Catalpa species. And then of the other ones, they are 15-gallon of sycamore, 15-gallon of willows. So.
Okay, and how many 24-inch box, how many new trees are you providing? I can't remember. I know it's in here, but I'll find it.
Doing the math real quick, about 37 or so.
Okay, so how many 24-inch box and how many 15-gallon?
If you could help me.
Approximately.
About 15 of those are going to be 24-inch box.
15?
15 of the, yeah.
Okay, that's good. Okay, And I assume some of the 15-gallon, like the Sycamore, are just faster growing and,
The Sycamore is a faster growing.
yeah, so you're, okay. Okay, so that's good.
The oak, which is a slower growing, is the larger 24-inch box.
Right.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Thank you so much. And that completes my questions. Thank you.
Of course, thank you, Commissioner Wiscom. Vice Chair Balke, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for staff to start with. Does Marburg have a master plan that the city has approved and has jurisdiction over their facilities?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know if anyone on the applicant team is aware of anything like that.
Okay, so their approvals have been sort of incremental over time, or they've been vested by assuming other operations over time. I'm just trying to get an understanding of the public comment, and a lot of communities have these kind of facilities under some kind of regulatory, oversight and management as to through a conditional use permit, for example. But we don't have that. Okay, I just want to understand that. Next question, I'm not sure who the right person is. Could somebody walk me through the history of this property, especially its environmental history? Because as I dig into this thing, it's got a very, very, we'll call sordid past from a toxic standpoint, going back to the earthquake in 1925 and such. And
John Kuykendall with DMI. I'll do my best. The property has been in industrial operation for 100 years. It was part of the railroad spur, railroad companies, oil companies, prior trash hauling companies that operated there. So, and it also is part of the 10-block city area down there where the 1925 earthquake, that's why a lot of these sites have contamination, because it's from that. So that's evident on this site as well. That's why we're having to do the cleanup as far as the remediation. But it has historically been a very highly active industrial area. And if you were to go back through the historic aerial photos, you'll see that. It's very evident throughout that area that it's been an active industrial process. And so this is kind of a like-for-like change in use, if you will.
okay, thank you for that. That's basically about as much knowledge I've got other than reading these documents that continue to give me layers and layers of, we'll say, concern will be basically where I come at. I see communication from, first off, soil management plans and assessments being done in phase 1s and phase 2s, and communication from the Department of Health Services. And we've got, a significant amount of soil being moved around that is potentially contaminated in this case. And the Department of Health Services has got some comments and concerns and have been feeding back to your organization. But they did make a comment in their letter of February 17th of this year that they seem to imply that they would be expecting the CEQA determination to be tying in to their process and their conditions, and it really doesn't seem to me that we've done that in this case, and I think that was sort of in line with the comment in which Commissioner Wiscom had, is that I don't see this stuff being tied together like you would expect to see, and I think that's problematic in this case, and I think some of that might be done because unfortunately we were doing an exemption. I personally do not believe we meet the standards for an exemption in this particular case, because there are definitely a couple unusual circumstances that would usually kick you out. One is the hazardous nature of this site. Also the fact that we have 1,000 square feet of wetland on this site that's going to be impacted. Those two things in my vote, I don't think we meet the standards for that. And here we should be having a mitigated ND with a mitigation monitoring plan. And then all these things that we've talked about, the mitigations could be tied in nice and clean, and somebody at the city be responsible for making sure it all gets done. So I just want to bring forward, I think I can't, and I'll just, you were probably in questions, but I can't support this project through this exemption, so I'm just going to put that out there. So I will be voting no on the project because we're on the wrong process. The other question I have is there's a number of technical reports that have been provided to the city, done by DUDEC in the case, for example, for the wetlands for one, and for the butterfly habitat for the second. Have they been peer reviewed by any other body, any other technical experts as to being true and correct?
Our city environmental analyst reviewed them, and other agencies, although I haven't coordinated with those other agencies, but the project has to obtain permits from other agencies. So as far as I know, they have other oversight in that way.
Okay. That's my comments and questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Lodge or Commissioner DeLuccio, would you like to speak next? Please.
Put on my mic. Okay, so can we have the applicant come up and give you an opportunity? Did you want to rebuttal anything else, anything the public has said after you spoke earlier?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner. The idea that, we're importing pea from Alaska, there's not going to be any pea processed at this site from any location anywhere. So again, it's part and parcel to these projects that we've seen in the past. Now, these projects have always been reviewed. They've been reviewed by the review boards. They've been reviewed by this commission, by the city council, and each time the findings are made that everything's done correctly. The notion that we are operating a 9.5-acre site in the middle of the city with no permits is just ludicrous. We are permitted by the city. We are permitted by the state. We are permitted by the regional air quality boards. We are permitted at every possible facet. So the idea that people would come out into public and throw ludicrous accusations like that, it belies all forms of logic, and it's simply offensive. This company has been a pillar of this community for nearly a century. So the idea that we're operating illegally, again, in plain view, in the middle of the city, over nearly 10 acres, it's just, it's offensive. And then going back to the CEQA analysis, Commissioner Buck, just real quickly, this area, in the greater Funk Zone area, this earthquake dumping situation that we had back in 1925, for the most part, that soil is fine until it's been disturbed. So there is no open remediation, policy that has to happen. It's only an issue once you disturb the soil. And here we are going to be disturbing the soil. And again, it's not that it's hazardous per se. It's hazardous because we can't just go and dump it at a regular landfill. It has to be handled properly if there's lead and some of those things that we saw, the concrete debris from that 1925 earthquake. So that's what the issue is. It's not a matter of monitoring at the site. No one has an open claim on this site. It's simply the only reason why the environmental issue arises is because we're now going to disturb the dirt. If we weren't disturbing the dirt, there's no quote-unquote hazardous waste at the site. So that's why the CEQA exemption is applicable, because again, this is not like we don't have petroleum or underground storage tanks or anything like that there, and that's why we believe, and city staff concurs, and city attorney's office I believe also concurs that the CEQA exemption is applicable here, because again, this is not a situation where we have toxic waste. We just have old concrete construction debris that were dumped here by the city 108 years ago.
But you are disturbing the site. You do have a significant amount of grading going on just to deal with the water quality and riparian situation. Is that correct?
Correct. So it's when we disturb the site, that soil just needs to be handled properly. It's not a discharge it's not a threat to public safety. It's the people who are handling it. They're at risk and they have to take the proper mitigation measures. And then where we take that soil and dispose of that soil is the issue. But just simply by disturbing it.
Sorry, I'm going to have you stay on the mic.
I
You
apologize.
keep ending up over there, and I keep trying to shift you back. Just stay on the mic.
I apologize. I'm trying to
It's very
draw the
animated
picture.
responses.
Yes, yeah, trying
It's
to.
okay.
No, I understand, because I don't really know my history. I remediated a Class 3 dynamite manufacturing site, so I understand
Yeah.
exactly what you're saying. So, but you are
Yes.
addressing the soil. It does have to be addressed and go to the appropriate facilities and such, and I understand. My comment is, normally when you do that kind of work, it would kick you out of the exemption into a mitigated ND. You'd probably end up in the same place that you are. It just, we have taken a very, very, I'll say, soft to the applicant approach to CEQA on this one. And so just,
I understand, and I get the point, Commissioner. Yes, thank you. And thank you again for that opportunity, Commissioner. And I think when Mr. Dolev asked us to put the first picture up, I thought that was his best point, because the first picture shows exactly what the site is now, as compared to what it's going to look like. And when you compare what it looks like now to what it's going to look like, what it's going to look like is going to be much better.
Do you have a photograph
Yeah,
of
it was
that
the
existing
first.
condition? Would you just place it on the screen since you're making reference to it?
It's the one you've got on your screen.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner DeLuccio, do you have any further questions at this time? No. And Commissioner Lodge, would you like to ask any questions? Very good. That will bring question time to me, so I'm going to start with, I don't know if you'll have this answer, or if anyone on your team may know off the top of their head, but when Marburg first acquired their very first property in this general location years ago, 100 years ago, do you recall more or less how much that initial piece of land measured out to be? Was it 1 acre? Was it half an acre?
I'd have to ask the historians going 3 generations back.
Yeah.
I don't have that off the top of my head, unfortunately.
Does anyone know?
2 acres.
Excellent, thank you.
Ballpark.
And the reason I ask that is because we have grown from 2 acres now to approximately 9.5. And because of the methodology of growth and development, it forces your company to come in and piecemeal a growing property, a project. But that, again, goes back to the idea that if this were a 9.5 piece of land, acre piece of land anywhere else, we would require a master plan, or at least some sort of effort to collaborate with the city on a larger scale. My question goes to staff. Is there any method, either here today or with city council or other, that we could go into an agreement with Marburg to move forward with a master plan type or other type of agreement that works together with the city for future development so that we have a better sense of the future?
Chair Bonderson, that's certainly something that we could do, but it's not something that Marburg is mandated to do with us. We don't have anything that requires that at this point.
Okay. So, City Attorney, Mr. Doimus, do you have any advisement for us to think about how we could use this opportunity to have a conversation, even if it's not a mandatory decision here today?
I think that requires a lot more than what the time allows. My strong advice is to stick with this in the staff report and the 3 decisions before you today, to focus on that. I think going outside the master plan on those issues is something that can be an issue later on, initiated by staff, if there's an interest in that, and depending on what the issues may be need too. So I know there's a lot of public comment as to issues and everything else, but none of that's before us today. So we really have to focus on what's within the 4 corners of what's before us today. So that would be more of a staff-initiated type of issue than that. So that's my, at least my advice to the commission today.
Thank you. My next question, I'm glad you're still up there. Please remind me your name. Was it Forzoni?
Robert Forzande, yes.
Forzande. Mr. Forzande, you've approached this twice. So I'm going to ask you, because you've tried to address this issue of permits, non-permits, work without permission and so on, how do you explain the city's record that demonstrates on the screen, because I looked it up after seeing the attachment from one of the public speakers, or excuse me, written commenters. How do you explain the city record that shows items that are unpermitted or work being completed after a approved permit has expired?
Yeah, I don't have the document that you're referencing, Chair Bonderson, in front of me, so I can't comment. I haven't seen that. All I do know is, we communicate with city staff all the time. We've never had anyone give us a notice of violation. We've never been issued a red tag. We've never been issued a stop work order. We've never in my time been cited, and I'm not aware of any open enforcement policies or any open violations currently. So again,
I believe you.
Yeah,
I understand where you are in the thought process. So let me take this opportunity to ask staff this question. When we see projects, applications coming forward, and staff reviews it and they identify unpermitted work, we often require that unpermitted work to be brought into compliance as part of that application. I'm curious to know, in a condition like this, where there are multiple different pieces of property, we look at the property, we say at this moment, this property may not have any enforcement cases on it, and therefore staff did not report it in the staff report because it's not part of this application. But we understand that it's an owner who is growing their parcels, they're attached to each other, they're working concurrently for a common goal, for a common service as a company. Do we have any sort of ability to address some type of compliance as part of this application?
Chair Bonderson, I'm not aware of anything like that. And this issue did come up with another project at another project site in the vicinity that went to City Council, and the issues were brought up to City Council. Council did not direct that we move in any direction such as that.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to make it, oh, please, before I go on, I'll let Mr. Doimus chime in. Please go ahead.
Sure, I could at least help with that.
Yes, thank you.
There is provisions in the municipal code that talk about, the ability to approve or design if there are outstanding violations. And so that could be a basis to reject. So we do have those provisions in the muni code that provide for that, allow for that. It's a tool for enforcement, it can be used for that. And also, though, at the same time, our office is very cautioned planning department too, because there are issues where there's, for example, a ministerial permit that can be approved and an outstanding violation may not be related to what the ministerial permit issue is. And to force that sometimes can be considered coercive. There's a 50-year-old case on that too, that you can't do that. So if what's being asked to review, if there's an outstanding violation related to that project, it can be done.
And when you say project, you mean parcel?
Parcel too, but it also depends. I'll give you an example of a home situation. Ministerial permit, that's what that case is about. Ministerial permit on a pool and a pool house. And for this city, it was a ministerial issue. There was a previous violation of the main house not having windows installed that are permitted. The city was withholding that. You're saying until you fix the windows issues in the main house, you're not going to get the ministerial permit for the pool. Courts like, no, it's coercive. But if there was issues involving a pool or that, then you can do that. So there's a little subtlety into that, but there is municipal code sections that if it's related to the project and the parcel itself that we're talking about, you can require those to be abated as part of the approval process.
Thank you. I sincerely appreciate that additional information, and I would like to share with you why. Part of our question period is also comments, as my fellow commissioners have done. I wanted first and foremost to address the concerns that have been brought forward by the public. Those concerns are my concerns as well, and therefore understanding how land use works and state law works and so on, I wanted to make sure that we have discussed and ultimately exhausted any way for one thing to be linked to another, i.e., I think with a 9.5 acre piece of land, your company should not just consider, but should actually choose voluntarily to work with our city, to offer us a master plan, allow us, if we cannot require it of you, show good faith in coming forward and saying, hey, we've reached a point, 9.5 acres is a lot of land. We would like to show our city that we are part of a collaboration, and let's do better. Here's a master plan. We hope to acquire more land potentially in the future. This is the direction we want to go, and we want to make this a better fit for our community. Now, I can't require that here today. It's just a suggestion, but I do want it to address what I think is a really big concern of our community. This area is not very pleasant. I would never choose to walk here, but it's just a few blocks from the beach. And it's really unfortunate that 100 years ago, this is how we chose to use the land. It's zoned that way. If I could snap my fingers and make it go away, I will. I would. I can't. But we have opportunities, even with this project right now, that if you are required to have, it's part of the policy, to do landscaping here, maybe your landscaping should address at least that on the opposite side of the fence of your work, you make it more pleasant for the pedestrian. You clean it up, you add more lights, you make it feel cleaner, even though you're doing some dirty work on the inside of that wall. You have the choice. You can turn around and say, that's fine. We made our choice and that's our project and we have to decide it here today. But I just wanted to share why that was important to me. Now let's talk about uses, please. I wanted to ask you, when you, in the staff report, we talk about this site is going to be used for storage, Marburg equipment, and we are replacing existing parking for path that was established at some point as an agreement. Have you gone into any sort of discussion to help accommodate where they will go now? Is that at all part, is path part of this as well?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
the parking on this
Okay,
site is for path, yes.
Excellent, I'm glad. I wanted to make sure. And secondly, all of the employees that you currently have, I understand you're not adding new services, but can this parcel be used during the day to get employee parking off the street while the equipment may be out being used off-site?
That's a great question, Commissioner Bonderson, and there's a couple of points that you've just raised in the last few minutes that I do want to address all of them.
Sure.
But with respect to the parking, this is not simply a truck parking.
Swap,
It's also storage just for general supplies. So it's not that every afternoon after, every morning after 6:30, all of a sudden it's going to be vacant. There's going to be supplies there that are there permanently. Yeah, so it's not simply for vehicles, it's also for equipment. Now, going back to the issue about the relationship with the city, I think, and I get your point about the master plan. It's something that we've explored over the years, and it's something that we very likely will pursued with. But I think you speak with city staff, you speak with the city's attorney's office. I think our organization is probably one of the best examples of people who work with the city, who put this, and other agencies within other departments within the city. We voluntarily do things. We go out of our way to do things. So I think our reputation within city, within the four corners of these walls and at 630 Garden Street is a very well-regarded organization. We do throw things out without being forced to because we want to help the community. And then the same thing with this plan. We are enhancing the sidewalks. We are doing things on the outside that aren't there currently. Again, if we had that satellite aerial of what it looks like now.
I recognize that it's certainly better than it is now.
Yeah.
My comment was mostly, or my question comment was mostly to see if more could be done, if you were willing to start with this property, knowing that there will be a future property or another project coming in, and each time you have an opportunity to make the pedestrian side cleaner and better lit, and more trees, and safer for the pedestrian in general, because those comments that we hear from our public speakers, they're not lost on any of us. I don't think any of us would want to walk down that street with our child in a stroller, let's say.
Of course.
So what can we do to make that better? We do have tourists and we do have a very close vicinity to the beach here.
And I agree, Chair Bonderson, again, those are great points. And as I mentioned in my initial remarks, was that during this process, before we've got in front of you today, we were working with the city staff, we were working with the ABR, the landscape plan came as a result of the suggestions. So this is not iteration one. You're not seeing iteration one. These are changes that we listened, we heard, we adapted, and we incorporated. So we are trying, I absolutely agree with you, absolutely.
And I hear you loud and clear as well. I understand you're doing the best you can with the situation you have. I'm just wondering if there's the possibility to think ahead and do better and do more. That being said, I went deeply into deliberations. That was not my true intention. I see Commissioner DeLuccia's popped back up. Please go ahead.
Just have a question. I know the ABR is, it does a design on this, and the big portion of the design is the landscaping, obviously, which the screening around the perimeter of the landscape lot. So is the lighting also, is that also design reviews? There's lighting involved, obviously, this project also.
Yes, lighting was reviewed.
And then, okay, they reviewed that also, okay. Okay, and, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner DeLuccia. I appreciate you going a little bit deeper to understand how things are reviewed. It's very important. So at this point, I would just like to invite my fellow colleagues to do any deliberations that they would like to add beyond comments that they made earlier. And we'll hold off for a motion until the deliberation period is finished. I think you are requesting to speak, but my screen doesn't have it. Okay. Commissioner Wiscombe, please. Your close vicinity helps me. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in support of this project. I would like to see, I think the habitat mitigation monitoring plan is essential here. And I did read in the conditions of approval that a contractual agreement with a native habitat restoration contractor is required. So I think that's really important. I feel much more comfortable about that. I would like the soil management plan added to it, and perhaps, it's with the statement that additional soil testing will be required to reuse or dispose of on-site soils. I think that's important. I think that the stormwater biofiltration for this site is a great improvement, and I really appreciated the explanation of how that's going to work. I think that's important on big sites like this that have a lot of vehicles and going to have a lot of runoff from all the concrete that this gets handled, and I think it's been handled very well on this site. And I also appreciate the landscape improvements. 40% of the trees are 24-inch box. That's good. That's really good. And the 15-gallon trees are the faster growers, so I can they'll fill in faster. But I think that all in all, the perimeter of this site is going to be vastly improved over what it is now, and the internal is what it is. We need this is an industrial area. We need this industrial area in the city. It's very important to us and to have this area. It's in the coastal zone. Can't help that. That's where it is. We can't really move it. So I think the applicant's done the applicant team has done a great job of addressing stormwater improvements, landscape improvements that are going to benefit people around the site. And, it may become a safer site because of these improvements. People talk about how it's, you know, they don't feel safe walking around there. Well, they might when it's lit and it's good. And I also appreciated the fencing, I think it's fencing and vines on the railroad side. So when people are coming into the city, they're not going, oh my gosh, you know, they see something that's attractive. So I will be supporting the project, the coastal development permit, the findings in that, and also the environmental review. I think enough reports and things have been done on this project that we have that well covered. And I'd be happy to make a motion when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Next, we have Commissioner DeLuccio, please.
Part of the project also. I think Marlboro has been, I think you've been a good citizen, you know, worked very well with the citizens as well as the staff. And you know, that area does have issues. Where it is industrial down by the railroad, and it needs improvements. And I think Marlboro's doing their part. I think there's other, they can't take everything on. And they're doing improvements to their property, perimeter of the lot, as my fellow commissioner said, with the landscaping, with the lighting, it's definitely, that is a definite improvement. And I was a little concerned about the building permits, but I'm fairly new on the commission, but I did want to understand better how that works, which if there's any outstanding issue with building permits, obviously that is all coordinated, just because this is before us. The due diligence of the city is to be looking at if there's any outstanding issues. There must be a way to cross-check that, I imagine, for a particular owner of a property before you would be issuing any building permits, any more building permits, whether we approve this or not today, that would be taken into consideration, that they would have to clean up any violations that they may have. As far as the suggestion for a master plan, I think that's a good suggestion, again, but you guys would have to volunteer that if you wanted to do a master plan for the property. So I'm in support of the motion when it's time to vote on it.
Thank you. Next, we have Commissioner Lodge, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I generally agree with Commissioners Wiscombe and DeLuccio. This is just going, well, to be frank, it's not very attractive. It is now. And this is going to be quite an improvement. And to be so close, you know, just across the railroad track from one of the major hotels, and there's going to be another one on the other side of Calle Cesar Chavez. I think perhaps this is the least that they could do to help improve the appearance of the site. And it's going to provide stormwater control, which doesn't exist there now, although I guess it's just dirt, so it goes into the ground. But in any event, I support the project.
Thank you. Next, Vice Chair Balke, would you like to comment, or excuse me, deliberate?
As I said before, I think we're here under the wrong CEQA process, so I will not be supporting the application because you have to make that finding first, and I can't do it. There are exceptional circumstances here that under CEQA would require a environmental determination through the normal process, initial study and a mitigated ND and conditions accordingly, and a mitigation monitoring plan which also allows the public to comment, and that's the reason why CEQA is structured that way, that the public has able to comment on the environmental analysis, and I don't think we've done our job in this case. So I will not be supporting the project because we can't make the CEQA findings, in my opinion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Balke. And I will just say, although I completely understand on a legal level, on a land use level, on an application level, your team has done absolutely everything. On paper, it works. You've met all the minimum requirements. You've definitely offered an improvement to the area because it really just can't get any worse. So anything you offer is certainly going to be better. But I cannot agree with Commissioner Wiscombe that it's going to be attractive. I think it's really hard to make something attractive in this area, and it's not your fault. It's because many projects preceding this moment have contributed, and some of those are your company's projects. But at some point, I, again, encourage that somebody makes that decision that from today forward, we are going to be the ones who make this neighborhood more attractive, even though what we're doing might be a dirty job. We want to make it appear from the public's aspect, walking down the street, looking down that view corridor from the beach, at least it looks nice, it looks safe, it feels pleasant. And there's an opportunity here. You have the ability to make the entire area more attractive with this project or with future projects. And I hope that you will consider doing so, making an extra effort. It might cost some extra money, but if you're willing, you know, you do something very important for our community. We need you here. But I have a very hard time continuing to encourage more and more acres of work in our coastal, land in our coastal zone to be dedicated to this type of business, even though it's zoned that way. It's just really hard for me. We have people living in this neighborhood and using the beach access, just walking down the street. We have a duty to them to do our best to make the area safe. And so I'm going to use what Mr. Doimus suggests, provided as information as my basis to reject the project. First and foremost, because there are outstanding violations under the owners' adjacent projects that have to do with this company. And we can't deny that even though it's a different parcel and it's fresh and it's innocent, that if there are any enforcement cases, outstanding permits, or projects being done without permits, they're all under the same ownership. And I believe it should be acknowledged, perhaps, in some way by the city. Of course, we have to follow the law and understand what we can and cannot do. But again, maybe that falls back on to Marburg and your ownership team to say we want to make sure that we bring everything up to compliance as we continue to work on good faith with our city. I also have a personal, maybe I'm the only one, but I have a very personal issue with the policies and zoning consistency analysis on page 3. We have B, coastal consistency, B1. The scenic and visual qualities. The scenic and visual qualities of a coastal area shall be considered and protected as a resource of public importance. And I think we could do better than this. That's just my opinion. It's one vote. But I just want to share for that reason that I have a difficult time justifying more of this type business, more of this type of development in our coastal zone. And I lastly would like to say I also understand and agree with Vice Chair Bauke's process and order of how CEQA is handled on a project like this under the based on the presentation that was made here today. So those will be my reasons for denying or voting a no. I also see our city attorney has his light on. Would you please jump right in?
Yes, thank you, Chair Bonderson. I did hear your points, and just because you're putting in the record and some of your findings, like I said, it's not my purview at all to interject or interrupt any of the findings. My only point I want to make is you did make a statement about there being outstanding violations. I do need to point out there is no, at least that I know of in the staff report or anything else, no record that's been presented of any violations. So my concern is that a basis would be presented on outside extrinsic, I wouldn't even say the word evidence because we don't have anything before us today. So I just do want to caution that being at least a basis on giving you an opportunity on that, because we don't have any evidence of violation. There may or may not be, but it's not before us.
I hear you loud and clear. I will remove that statement from the record based, for my basis of, part of my reason of feeling uncomfortable with this project here today. I personally looked up some information on the city's public access citizens portal because I wanted to know if the commenter had, was bringing us appropriate information or misleading us. So I did see it, but I understand if it's not part of our staff report and it's not part of this parcel, it does not apply. So forgive me. I'll wipe that off the record. Let's move forward. If there are no other comments, I would, oh, it doesn't work that way, sir. I'm sorry. Let's ask for a motion.
I think we made a motion. Did you make a motion?
We haven't made one yet. Who would like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to, don't really want to, but I will, to make the recommended findings, which are item number 8 on page 8 of 55 of our staff report. A, for the coastal development permit, the project is consistent with applicable policies of the California Coastal Act. Because the project includes tree replacement and fencing for visual screening of the storage activities from 2 public street frontages and the public passenger railway, and will enhance the visual quality of the area as described in section 5 of the staff report dated July 6, 23. And to that, I'm going to add, as part, bear with me one sec here, page 5 of 55. Go back to the room. I'm going to add that the landscape plans provided do fulfill 4 roles, which Mr. Baumann talked about in the staff report. 1, replace the trees proposed for removal, beautify and screen the site. 3, provide biofiltration for stormwater. And 4, restore and enhance the habitat value of the degraded wetland area. I think that's important in the motion. And then going back to the second, and the project is consistent with all applicable policies of the city's local coastal plan. I won't bother to read the rest of it. And then also environmental review, that the project is exempt from further environmental review under section 15332 infill development projects of CEQA guidelines. And then add to that that I would like to add a condition of approval that where Ms. DeBusk, who makes the magic on things like that, when I add to the C of A, will find a place on the soil management plan, and also just state under that plan that the additional soil testing will be required to reuse or dispose of on-site soils, even though that's in the soil management plan. Get that in there. And that's the end of my motion.
I sincerely appreciate you making the motion, even if you didn't want to. We all are grateful. Is there anyone who'd like to second the motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Is there any discussion on the motion before we take a vote?
Can we just put in there about lighting also? You didn't mention it yet. I didn't hear you mention
I
it.
think it's in the landscape plans, is it not,
Is that-
already?
Okay, so it's already
Yes,
incorporated
yes.
to that, then that's,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we're making, we're voting on a landscape plan that's already been proposed, so that's part of, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, well, if there are no other any other comments, we'll go ahead and go straight to the roll call vote. Mrs. Barza, please.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Lodge?
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscom?
Yes.
Commissioner DeLuccio?
Yes.
Vice Chair Bauke?
No.
Chair Bonderson?
No.
Thank you. Motion passes 3-2. And Chair Bonderson and Vice Chair Bauke, can you please state your reasons for no?
Go ahead.
As I've been noted before, I believe we haven't met the appropriate CEQA findings, and that exemption does not apply because there are unusual circumstances. You have a wetland in this case that's being addressed, and also you have a hazardous material area with hazardous soils being disturbed, which in itself are considered unusual circumstances, which would kick you out of the exemption, and we should be before us with a mitigated ND. So those are the reasons for my vote for no.
And for my reason, I would like to ask Mrs. Sparza, since I laid out my reasons in my deliberation, is that enough for you to pull together your notes?
I can copy from that, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And for those reasons that I said earlier, I don't feel like we've met the findings. So thank you very much. And I just want to make sure that everyone is aware, since this is a CDP, there's a 10 calendar day appeal period for this item. And that concludes the item for discussion here today. Thank you all for being here. And I would like to welcome Ms. Kennedy. Is she going to be presenting? Is she here? Okay, maybe we should take a short recess. Let's ask for 5 minutes to set up, and then if we need more, we'll do more. Recess. We are now on item 5. This is a project located at 42 Helena Avenue. And before beginning, as always, I just want to ask if any of my fellow commissioners have ex parte communication that they need to disclose at this time. Going once, going to, okay, nobody. So moving forward quickly, we have City Project Planner Kathleen Kennedy here. Looking forward to your presentation. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson, and thank you, Commissioners. As you said, the project is located at 42 Helena Avenue, and the request is for a coastal development permit. Here's the project site outlined in yellow. So it's located mid-block between East Cabrillo Boulevard and Mason Street. It's a relatively small lot, about 2,540 square feet. It's located in the OC zone, which is the ocean-oriented commercial zone. And there's an existing building on site, excuse me, and that's been vacant for quite some time. It was raised back in 2018, about 20 inches due to floodplain requirements, and it's been essentially vacant since then. The discretionary applications before you today is a coastal development permit to allow the conversion of the 758 square foot, one-story commercial shell building to a bar with outdoor seating. The project's located in both the appealable, mostly the appealable, and a small portion of the non-appealable jurisdiction of the coastal zone. And a determination that the project is categorically exempt from further environmental review pursuant to Section 15303, which refers to new construction or conversion of small structures. Here's some site photographs. So these are current photos here with the fence. There's a security fence around the building. You can see that in each of these photos. You can also see that there are cars parked right up to the site. A little older photos, but without the fence. You can see the building a little closer. There is a steps going up to the deck and bike racks in the front. And again, you can see that there is no sidewalk, curb and gutter in that area. And here are some site photos from the surrounding area. On the left, a view down Helena down towards the beach, view to the east, and then north up the road a bit. Here's the existing site plan. So there's an existing building, existing outdoor deck, raised deck, and a ADA accessible ramp down to the front, steps along the front, bike racks in the front as well, and a little bit of landscaping. The proposed site plan is shown here. We have the relocation of the bike racks in this area, a new trash enclosure, and new landscaping. And then for the building itself, there'll be an interior remodel to accommodate the bar, a remodel of the bathroom area, and then outdoor seating on the outdoor deck. For the proposed elevations, just some minor changes. couple of new doors here. Again, the new trash enclosure and landscaping. Very minor exterior changes. Actually, we determined that it's a administrative review for ABR as opposed to going to consent or full board. These are the recommended findings. These are copied from the staff report in regard to environmental review and the CDP. Staff has determined that it is consistent with all applicable coastal policies that have been addressed in the staff report. And our recommendation is that the Planning Commission approve the project, making those findings outlined in the staff report. And also, due to the scope of the proposed project, we have not prepared conditions of approval, so we don't have any to recommend, but you are, of course, able to add conditions if you see fit. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kennedy. Next, we have the applicant. You're welcome to jump up here and introduce yourself and get started when you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Bonnerson and fellow commissioners. My name is Kevin Moore. I'm an architect for the owner. And we were here, 6 months ago, something like that. And we had a different proposal at the time, which included a small hotel, and we were trying very hard to work within the requirement that it had to be a mixed-use project. So we tried various different things. We had, bike rentals in the front yard, and towards the end of that hearing, the commissioners, unfortunately, Commissioner Wardlow is not here today, but she strongly suggested, and I think some of the other commissioners agreed, that the hotel use, while it would be acceptable, might not be the highest and best use of this property. So with that understanding and understanding that we had some support for that change, the owners decided to go in that direction, and we're back in front of you today with a change of use to a bar with outdoor seating. So I'll keep it very short. We've seen the photos already. The changes to the plan really include relocation of these bike racks in order to make room for the required trash enclosure. So there'll be two to three bins within this. So it's essentially a fence structure with a little roof on it and doors. So it needs to be close to the front so it can be serviced. And then additional landscape screening around that will grow up to a height of about 36 inches, 42 inches, to help buffer that from the right-of-way. All of the existing utilities will remain. The structure is essentially the same, with the addition of a couple of doors on the exterior. Currently, there's sort of a sliding barn door, unsealed sliding barn door there. So now we're proposing to have a set of doors there and another door leading to the restroom area. And the ownership appreciates your time, as do I, and I'm available for questions.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Moore. Glad to see you back under these circumstances. Mrs. Barza, do we have any public commenters for this item? Excuse me, either remotely or in-house?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. If anyone in the audience would like to speak on this item, please fill out a speaker slip and turn it into staff. Not seeing any movement, so I'll turn to virtual. If anyone participating virtually via Zoom would like to speak on this item, please go ahead and raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and then we did not receive any written correspondence, so back to the commission.
Thank you so very much. So this allows us to move quickly into our question period, and I'll turn to my fellow commissioners for questions. No surprise, Commissioner Wiscombe is first. Please go right ahead.
I just had a couple questions. Mr. Moore, the restrooms, was that restroom accessible when we were out there last time? Is that You have an accessible restroom here, yeah.
Yes, there's
I
an existing restroom at
Yeah, I
in the
thought-
back of the structure,
Right,
and that's an accessible restroom.
okay, so that was there. And then, do you have a photo of the landscaping out front? It says existing landscaping to remain?
It's probably difficult to see, but you can catch a little hint of it here. It's a mix of low ground cover and some weeds currently.
I was going to say, it looks like weeds.
Okay, so,
Only if it rains enough, though.
the reason I'm asking that is, one of the ideas we had was for possibly a piece of, when we were talking about mixed use, a piece or a couple pieces of artwork out there from local artists that could advertise their studios. I still think that's a good place. This is a comment, but I still think that's a good place for that. But I also am a little skeptical on the existing landscape to remain. So,
Well, we would go back to the previously approved landscape plan, so that requirement is still in place. So there was an approval of landscape back in 2018 or something like that, when the project was raised for flood level and rehabilitated to its current state. So we would restore that landscape, and then in addition to that, we'd install our new landscape to help screen that trash enclosure.
okay, I like that idea. So you'd be willing to do that?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, wow, that was easy. And we don't even have to make that a condition of approval, right? I'm looking hard for a condition of approval here. No, I'm teasing. Those are all my questions. Thank you so much.
It's after 5. All of our laughter and emotions are getting more exaggerated. But it's good. It's a good project to end the day with. Are there any, oh, yes, Vice Chair Bauke, the floor is yours.
Just one quick question of the applicant, and just trying to understand the decision-making, because I remember making those comments to Mr. Carter Marsh and yourself, that this would be better as a bar or for a wine tasting or something like that, but the problem was parking. And my question to you, was the action of the state legislature to adopt AB 2097 sort of the litmus point in that decision-making process, that as soon as that got off your table and this decision was easily made, or how was the decision-making process?
Well, some of the comments from the commissioners last time indicated that there would be support for a parking modification at that time. So it certainly is helpful that we don't have to go through that process anymore. But I think once there was indication that there would be support to not require parking, or there would be support for a parking modification, I think the decision was easily made for the owner at that point.
Okay, because I remember making those comments about the parking modification, that I think most of us supported doing that, and it's good that we don't have to go through another hoop on that.
Exactly.
So, well, thank you for being here again.
Commissioner Lodge, any comments or questions? No. Excellent. Commissioner DeLuccio.
I wasn't here when the first round of this, but a hotel would have been unique, but I'm very supportive of what you're doing here today. I think this is a good spot to have the bar. And I'm not as concerned about the parking. I think, I believe when people go to the funk zone that they frequent more than one location. So there's, being that we can't mandate parking anyway, but I feel like they find the parking and then they find the location they want to go to.
Okay, it's my turn, and I just want to say, I'm thrilled to see this project come back to us this way, and best things come to those who wait. So AB 2097 caught up with us, and, just in the nick of time. So grateful that you could use that to come back. I have one design question, and it has to do with the trash enclosure. Where was the trash before?
They did not have an
Didn't
enclosure.
exist. And the design question that I have is there any specific reason that you propose it facing in towards sort of the entryway? Would it be an option to turn it the other way so that your guests don't look at it? Well, the doors would fit if you turned it the other way. I just don't know if you're allowed to go into the setback to access it.
It's a good question. So there's a couple reasons for the configuration. One was making sure we had access because we do have cars that park right in front of the street. So we wanted to make sure we could at least get to it. And then secondly, as a design consideration, we felt by positioning it this way, it presented less visual, it was less of a visual impact to the right-of-way.
If
So
it
it's-
weren't turned towards the street.
Exactly. So we're kind of looking at it from the side. It's a little smaller. It becomes less obtrusive.
Yeah,
So-
the only reason I bring it up was because of Commissioner Wiscom's comment about improving a little pocket of landscape there, and you don't want to pull your trash cans through the landscape either. So I was just curious if there was any chance that you could use the space, the measured, your dimensions that are there to maybe even turn it with its back to the street and make, we're not here to design, but I was just thinking, what would happen if you didn't open it up into like your guests' number one location of visual?
Right.
Also, is it covered?
Yes.
Okay, so at least you're not seeing it from above. Yeah, just planting a thought, and
Okay.
I'm, again, not here to design for you, it's just a question of why it was configured that way, and if it may be worth figuring out if it might turn, I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, that's it,
Okay.
nothing else. I will make the executive decision to also, to go back to Vice Chair Bauke. Are you going to try to deliberate?
No, I was going to
Go ahead.
ask if I could make a motion, unless
Oh,
somebody else.
well, I just was going to deliberate really quick, and then instead of waiting till the end, I was just going to say I'm really pleased with this project. I am absolutely ready to approve it as presented here. I'm so happy that we have an easy project before us. You've done all the work, and the law caught up to let you have the project as proposed. So deliberations and/or a motion. Does anyone want to make a comment before we take a motion? Okay, ready to go. Vice Chair Bauke, take it away.
I'd like to move approval of the coastal development permit and determine the project is category exempt from further environmental review due to section 15303, new construction or conversion of small projects.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion from Vice Chair Bauke, a second from Commissioner DeLuccio, and I will open it up for comments. Commissioner Wiscom?
Thank you. I wondered if the maker of the motion would add that the existing landscape area shown on the plan, which is adjacent to the new landscaped area for the trash enclosure, could be, what's the word? Improved to the prior plans for 2018 or whenever, the prior plans, so that the landscaping there could be upgraded to the prior plans.
More than willing to add that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And
And if that's the case, I have a
Definitely.
question or a comment for that additional motion. Maybe I'll just place it out here and somebody can respond. If that is a walkway for access to the enclosure, it may not be fitting. Look at the plan up there. You're talking about, behind? You're talking about behind. Okay. Okay, well, if the pictures we looked at was misleading to me, I thought it was also in front. So, thank you for
I'll
answering.
second the motion with the.
Yeah, we already
with-
got the second, and we got the
Well, I
comment.
made the
Oh,
second, original, I'll second the,
Right.
adding
amended.
the amended
Okay.
motion.
We're all ready to
Chair
get out of here.
Bonderson, I don't think the findings were included. If you could include the findings for both of those.
Would you,
How did I miss that? Yes, including the findings as set forth on page 7 of 14. And, yeah, that's it.
Okay. Are there any other comments, questions? Okay, let's take a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and take a roll call vote. Commissioner Wiscom,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLuccio,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bauke,
Yes.
and Chair Bonderson.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Hooray, that's great news, the easiest part of our day, and Vice Chair Bauke could finally say yes to a project. Nice way to end the day. So please just remember that this has a 10-day calendar day appeal period, since it's a CDP. And if it is acceptable to my fellow colleagues, we can postpone the administrative agenda. Please be aware that our next Planning Commission hearing next week has been canceled, and we are tentatively scheduled for August 3rd, 2023. All right, have a great day. Thanks all for being here.
Thank you.